and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the PUBG Southeast Asia Super Cup 2020. You're joined here by Qontra and Play of the J, and we're going to be bringing you all of today's actions here for day number 2.
Yes, indeed. And of course, if you guys missed out yesterday's action, we're going to have a little bit of those highlights to be brought out in between. But here's some of the standings. If you need a little bit of that sort of flashback, Buriram United is currently sitting on the top place with 48 points, 30 kills, pretty much the same as Victim, but Victim is only 1 point behind. So there's ample of chances for every single one of these teams to actually catch up. PUBG Esports on third placing alongside with Golden Cat, while Miracle Gaming will make up the top 5 with 41 points.
Yeah, and it's nice and tight, and with 12 rounds still to play over the course of today and tomorrow, any of these teams can really get into the running, even those who had seemingly slow starts. Okay, Divine Oaks maybe got the fastest start because they did get the first match of the day as a big win there, but after that it's been a little bit downhill. We can still expect to see anyone from the second half of the table really jump into the top half, and of course it's realigning your mindset and being ready to deal with the competition that is currently on there. But yeah, of course, let's not forget here at the PUBG Southeast Asia Super Cup, we will be deciding who is going to be the last team for PGS Berlin, and we have the top 6 teams from PUBG Vietnam Series, Thailand Series, and top 4 from the PUBG SEA Series, all competing to be champions of the PUBG Super Cup.
That's right, and of course, right now you're looking at some of the kill leaders right now, with Mamanji leading the pack with 30 kills alongside with Teddy of Victim, and on third place we have Kanke as well as Qontra from Buriram United. So Buriram has been really consistent. They've been raking up a lot of points in terms of positioning. Of course, they're looking to dominate even further. And speaking of which, the final winner of PUBG SEA Super Cup representation PGS Berlin, along with Buriram Esports, Cerberus Esports, Arkangel Predator, as well as GEX and Team Curson. So, of course, speaking of which, with the recent outbreak of the coronavirus, this will mean that all these players are staying pretty much safe and healthy, and all the matches will be played online to ensure the utmost safety for all the players playing in the PUBG SEA Super Cup.
Yep, absolutely. And just to let anyone know, so of course, because Buriram United Esport, Cerberus, and Arkangel have already qualified, the next highest team, or the team that finishes first in this Super Cup, is going to be heading to PGS Berlin as well. So that's how everything is going to be decided here. And I think looking at, of course, the games that we had yesterday, I mean, there's been quite a variety of success stories, and we haven't had a single team that's able to take 2 chicken dinners in day number 1. And I think Buriram United, currently, they're sitting in first place. They didn't actually start the day too hot. They were still picking up kills here and there, but then it took them until the later stages where they were able to get a chicken dinner and also a second placing, which really put them on the map on those 2 strong rounds.
That's right, and not only Buriram United, one team that I'm looking at right now is Purple Mood Esports. They've yet to actually win a single chicken dinner, but they've been so consistent. If we look into how they were actually playing, the best position that they finished was a top 2 finish, and that's twice in a row from the Miramar rounds, from the Sanhok rounds as well. But there's so much of that consistency that actually brings them so much points coming into the first day. I'm hoping to see somewhat of the same sort of momentum that they have for Purple Mood, or perhaps hopefully they might just be able to land that chicken dinner.
Absolutely. And actually, with like getting so many of those consistent performances, that, I mean, has really put them in the running here compared to some of the other teams that have been trying to also, you know, deliver on this biggest of stages, but it's still going to be incredibly difficult. The competition is super high. We did see Victim get off to a flying start yesterday. Let's not forget, they had 2 good first rounds, and that of course did result in the second match being a win for them. But after that, it kind of tailed off, as now, like, since our competitive cycle, or the maps that we have played during the day, we have Sanhok smack in the middle. In a way, it's like a resetting factor for most of the teams. I think the only ones that have managed to buck the trend is Purple Mood, getting some kind of results, at least on one of the rounds on Sanhok.
Yeah, I would certainly agree. And mind you, even like the sort of circles that we saw early on for the games in Sanhok as well as Erangel, it seems to be pretty much heavily centered in parts of the ocean, so that makes it a little bit more difficult for teams to actually maneuver around the map. And I do believe that that has caused a little bit of that sort of move between those teams that were trying to plan their way through, but failed to actually execute their plans all too well. Like you got those boats being fried up in the ocean, and there's just so many of all the other accidents that happen across the map. But hopefully, even the teams coming from Vietnam, as we see Divine Esports, Cerberus, have some good games and of course some rough runs as well. Hopefully we're gonna see a little bit more of that better performance from them for today. Even for another team that was quite the highlight, Angel Alliance was actually playing pretty well yesterday.
Yeah, so Angel Alliance, I mean, we talked a lot about them yesterday in the sense that I think especially for the first few rounds, we did actually see them get into the mid game very nicely. They were very solid. They had all players up, and they were really controlling a lot of the space and preventing from other teams from playing their game as well. So they were exerting a lot of that good map control. But it would always be in those mid-round rotations or engagements that they find themselves in, which really they should be able to overcome them maybe a little bit better, perhaps. I think the Cerberus, where they had 2 players against Angel Alliance, does come to mind on Miramar, where it's 2v4 and they still lost that engagement. But Angel Alliance did manage to pick themselves up in the later stages. They managed to get the final win of the day as well. And of course, considering that on Sanhok as well, they lost out to Miraculum Gaming as well, and also another situation where maybe they should have won based on the numbers. You know, they're going to be happy that they finished it strong, and they're going to look to close things out nicely here on day number 2 as well, I bet.
Yeah, I definitely would think so. And even looking at some of all these teams, I think one name that I did miss out would be DIC. DIC Gaming, of course, once again, we see the Vietnamese region teams have been actually having some really shaky start, but they were the ones that are actually in the front page as we see them finish off 6th place with 40 points in total, and eventually they got themselves placed up really high with a win. If I do believe it was the first game of Erangel, if I am not mistaken, and that definitely put them pretty much high up the leaderboard, and that's just within a win. They were actually from the lower parts of the leaderboards before that sort of a momentum shift.
Yeah, that's right. I think they were like 14th or 15th at that point in time, and then yeah, round 5 happened and they managed to really vault up the standings, so that was really good for them. But yeah, the Erangel rounds yesterday, they were absolutely fun. Being on Sosnovka Island and whatnot. The first one, as you said, there's a lot of amphibious warfare, as yeah, it really favored who was going to be able to get onto the island first. Day trade was opening up onto Miraculum, and Miraculum, after having that win on Sanhok, you know, it's like they were halted in their tracks. They went out first, no kills there, and then of course Angel Alliance also had those problems as Creatory was making life incredibly difficult for them. But hey, we just did see 69 stay alive right in towards the later stages, you know, but of course wasn't going to garner as many kills as you would imagine, but it's enough to throw a spanner in the works for others.
That's definitely the storyline that we had for that game, where of course he managed to actually exact vengeance. And of course I'm not sure whether or not if the opposing team would do the same sort of move against the members of Angel Alliance this time around for ruining their matchup inside of Sosnovka military base. And well, that's definitely one game that was so difficult for all the teams to even play out, but that was being won by DIC for the first round. And for the second game, we of course saw some of all the other guys make it even better on the next round of the match.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where Angel Alliance got their revenge on Miraculum Gaming. So in that final circle, we had 4 teams left, 3 Filipino teams all going at it. And yeah, of course, 4 Horsemen was getting their best result as well from the whole of yesterday. But it wasn't enough, as yeah, Angel Alliance was really hungry for it. They completely constricted the amount of space that was available, or rather I say not available, to Miraculum Gaming. And yeah, they managed to finish off nice and strong there. But yeah, after like day 1 is under the belt, these guys got to be feeling a little bit more comfortable, you know, even if you're down down the table. I mean, we look at DIC, as you mentioned just now, they managed to really get themselves into the top half. They are looking pretty good. Another team that even though they haven't managed to get like the placing results, Golden Cat, they
Oh,
have
yeah.
been very aggressive. They have been very aggressive. They've been getting quite a number of kills as well for their trouble. And just from that alone, they are pulling themselves up the standings and really getting into the thick of things. So now with Buriram United now, of course, they will be playing as much as they can to get their lion's share of the $50,000 on offer here for the Super Cup. 20,000 goes to the victor. In fact, they've already qualified, so everyone is still very much vying for that top spot, which is still going to go to PGS Berlin.
Yeah, and that's definitely the most valuable item in of course this entirety of the tournament. But we'll get this show on the way, as we'll be having 6 matches for the entirety of today as well as tomorrow. So 6 rounds have already passed, and we've already seen how dramatic it could get. So we're gonna be getting ourselves back into its Miramar first, and then we'll have another 2 rounds of Sanhok before we head into the classic Erangel once again. So let's actually see the sort of trend that we had for day number 1. So day number 1, the first few games were heavily dominated by the Vietnamese side inside of Miramar, and of course everyone's starting their stuff, showing those long range shots. And as usual, we see DMRs playing a very important factor in such a long range fight.
Absolutely. I mean, we did see, especially in round number 1, there was a little bit of passiveness, and that's where the historically strong teams like Divine and Arkangel doing not too bad. Cerberus getting double-digit kills, and even though they finished second, they were able to actually take that top spot, despite the fact they didn't manage to get the chicken dinner. But after that, that's where we saw these big guns kind of tail off. We didn't see Divine get more than maybe 1 or 2 points in any single round subsequent to that. Arkangel, they've been struggling a little bit as well. You know, a little bit of a far cry from what we saw 2 weeks ago during the Sea Series that we casted. Now, we don't know whether or not that's the jitters or otherwise, but of course, you know, with the flow of games that we've had, now we talk about the Sanhok factor, there's also the factor that some teams are more comfortable in Erangel as well, and maybe sometimes based on the format, you'll be seeing the Erangel matches being played first. So it's going to be like comfortable for these teams to really like putting a shoe on or something like that. But yeah, you're flipping it the other way around, and then when you finally do get to the Erangel rounds, it is completely non-standard. You know, so I think now after one night, we're probably going to be seeing a lot of these teams which we have seen really perform on this stage. I do expect them to bring a little bit more from the playbook.
That's right, and I do think that a team that has so much to prove for today is, of course, QC 4 Horsemen, because the Thai side has raved a lot about them. And for day number 1, they did have some good finishers, placing third on the very first game and 4th on the final game of yesterday. But you know, in between, they did manage to rake up quite a number of kill volumes, but it didn't really translate it to all too much. They did get some great positioning, and it seems to be that for them, it's more of that rotation factor that kind of hinders them from getting to where they need to be.
Yeah, exactly. So I think we'll have to see how they do. I think they finish as second seed in the Thai league and everything, you know. So I mean, there's great expectation from them. Of course, Buriram did actually take the championship away from them right at the end of the close of the 5 weeks of play that they did have, you know. And something that we talked about yesterday was the manner of how these teams actually qualified here. Thailand, you do have their 5-week league that's ongoing, and then you'll get the top teams from that. But so there are so many rounds in that as a result. Vietnam, they would have a 24-round 1-week competition, and then Sea Series, we only had a 6-round thing, you know. And looking at this, you know, it seems as though that it could be anyone's game. I think like we're seeing, of course, the grit and determination from some of these Thai teams, but I think like some of these standout performances coming, like do or die moments for these Filipino teams is also what is keeping them in the game.
That's right, and I do think that they do have very high spirits coming into day 2 right here. And once again, if they do manage to get some great 6 games out of this, then they will be able to actually perhaps book their ticket to Berlin pretty much confidently into its the third day as well. But of course, we've got a lot more to talk about. But before that, we'll take a really short break, and when we come back, we'll get ourselves into the very first game of today. welcome back to the PUBG Super Cup. Of course, joined by me is Play of the J, and my name is Qontra. We'll be heading in towards our very first matchup inside of Miramar instead of Erangel, of course. We're going to be looking at our kill leaders for now. Of course, Mamanji of Miraculum Gaming is leading the pack with 13 kills, alongside with Victim Esports on second place. I think it might just be because of the damage dealt, where they are sharing the same spot for the throne, while Tonke as well as Noandra is still having a little bit more chase towards some of all these leaders of the pack. But of course, we'll be taking flight really shortly to see how this one's going to end up.
Yeah, so it's going to be a mixed bag here. We're going to see what is going to be happening today, which teams are going to be rising up to the challenge, and we're going to be starting off here, as I said, on Miramar. So it's going to be quite a neutral flight path here. I do expect that these teams will get the chance again to, set themselves and, get things going properly to start off, as now they've had the chance to go back, think a little bit about what happened yesterday, what kind of mistakes that they want to try and fix. And some teams, they do need to have that kind of break in between to be able to make those kind of adjustments. We did see some teams make adjustments on the fly as well. I think Arkangel came to mind, the first round of Erangel. That kind of circle that we saw on the island, they really took their time and they got punished for it. They made much faster rotations the round after that. But yeah, sometimes, you just don't really have enough time between rounds to really change or fix a lot of these big problems that could be happening in the team dynamics that we're not even aware of.
Yeah, certain times they really need to adapt to survive, and that's definitely the name of the game in PlayerUnknown's Battleground. And as for Angel Alliance, I'm glad that they kind of adapted pretty well, even when you put them at really harsh states and terrains, and they still managed to actually climb their way back in towards that top 7 position. Now, Angel Alliance is now headed in towards Cruise de Val, so there's going to be just some slight cruise in towards the circle, which is pretty centered in towards the regions of Picado, Power Grid, as well as a big spot which is Los Leones. But I'm pretty surprised to not see a single human being actually entering Los Leones.
Yeah, I think everyone here, no one wants to have Los Leones as their primary spot, I do believe. And anyways, it is going to be a little bit further away from the flight path, and you're going to take that extra time to fly that far away, and then you're going to get stuck in potential urban guerrilla warfare with other teams. It's not going to be very good for your health in general, so I can understand why no one would want to kind of drop there. So everyone's going to be relatively scattered here, not going to be having too much in the way of these early confrontations. Now, I think Victim, of course, they are the only Indonesian team that is here, but they have definitely stepped up to the plate, and they were leading for the longest part from round 2 onwards. But now they are 1 point behind Buriram United Esports, so they'll be looking to continue with that strong performance from yesterday.
That's right, and of course, we're looking at them already getting so many of all those high kill digits, and eventually they might actually surpass some of the kill leaders as well. Now, CJ18, this is one player that we've seen from long ago up to today that has been consistently pulling in some great numbers, but yesterday he seems to be relatively quiet, hasn't really got himself into his best shape, and sometimes we've seen him, of course, really going all the way to carry the team Arkangel Predator to victories. And what I'm seeing is, of course, them still having some great teamwork. Nevertheless, hopefully this will be a great day for AA Predator.
Yeah, I think as we were talking about before the game started today, Arkangel didn't look as though they were playing quite as well as we've seen them do in the past. But I do think that, of course, the very last round that they had yesterday was very encouraging. They managed to pick up 7 kills and get a top 4 placing as well, so they could continue to build on that. And as we said, just looking at the standings here, a good round win is going to yield you about 20 points, give or take. And yeah, if Arkangel was to get 20 points, they would be tied with Victim at the top of the table, so that's definitely within reach. So anyways, it is going to be a little bit of a marathon. We are going to be having total of 18 rounds over the course of this weekend, so there's still plenty of chances for everyone to come back into it. And before we get too stuck into the action, and just again, big thanks to the partners here that are making all of this possible, namely Geek Events, K&K Revolution, Cause Effect, Lot 10, and of course I'd like to thank all the support from PUBG Corporation.
That's right, and of course without them none of this will be made possible. So of course when we look into support, I do see quite a number of support players inside of the match that has been doing tremendous effort to keep their team alive, and I do think that a player like Calbs has great caliber so far. It's just that he hasn't really got himself back into what his main form is. But then again, yeah, we talked about that sort of potential where they've already got themselves as the top one from the SEA Series, so they've already got themselves pretty well secured. But it looks as if Zayers have already found himself the very first victim with PNG Hongvondi already getting taken out cold. So this is a M249 right out in the open alongside with a ghillie suit. Pretty much packs a punch, but that's definitely going to be landed in one of the hands of some of these members here, while Levi's got himself in an accident.
That's a little bit unfortunate, but at least it's now. But no, Phoenix Gaming under more pressure from 4 Horsemen. Now Jayers has managed to get that first kill already of the game, so he's looking to get a little bit more. But there's actually all 3 members here from Phoenix Gaming, so they're going to have to be a little bit on the passive side, I do believe. He doesn't exactly have the team members around, and looks as though RCM will pick up that M249. Again, it's a preferential choice. I guess as long as he's got the SLR, it's going to be fine. But looks like Nikki is actually going to take down his evil twin brother in Merlin Moore. So Merlin Moore not going to be too happy with that one, as yeah, Divine going to be getting on the board after taking early hit themselves.
Yeah, he might just be a cousin, because it's either him or 69 from Angel Alliance in that sort of sense. So
yeah, exactly. It's like we got all these like duplicates here and everything. So yeah, I think we're gonna probably be seeing a few more of those, unfortunately for you guys. But yeah, in any case, let's see how Angel Alliance wants to try and rotate around this side. Currently, they are going to be a little bit scattered. I mean, you do expect that at this stage of the game, but it is such a neutral circle for most of these teams that we do expect them to sort of feel their way into these other spots. Creatory just putting some light pressure here onto Arkangel Predator. Again, not going to be too concerted with their positioning just yet, but there's plenty of time for that later on. Right now, they're just trying to constrict a little bit of movement as well as get a bit more information.
Well, we're definitely already hearing a little bit of that gunfire from across, but they can't really do all too much with so much cover being given towards the enemy side. So they just really have to sit closely and watch for now. Seems like one member from the side of Cerberus has already had themselves being revealed by members of Arkangel.
Yeah, victim now is going to be here just a bit further south from Power Grid, I do believe. And again, just moving closer towards the center. Center of the circle is also pretty much at Picado, so they don't really have to go all that far. They already have all their transport secured already, so they're going to be good for the later stages. So, I mean, we've still got that typical maybe phase 2 where we're going to see the mass exodus from a lot of these teams, really trying to get into different positions. Now, in terms of distance from this zone, I do believe that we did have Purple Mood. They did drop out very late. Now, actually, they were going for very early drop strategies in the previous day, especially on Miramar. So they were all the way at the north of the map with Tori Ahumada. So they're probably going to have a little bit more distance to cover here, or be happy to play on the edges of the zone.
That's right. We see a lot of long distance coverage coming from both teams, which have already made their way in towards phase number 1 as well, closing in about 30 seconds from now. Well, Miraculum Gaming is getting a little bit of attention of the camera. It's great that, of course, they've already got enough stash of loots for them to actually move about, but they have to be really careful because there's quite a number of teams pretty close by. And look what we have here, an AUG with, of course, all the level 3 goods inside. And this is just in between Arkangel Predator once again.
Yeah, so this is going to be a nice little pick-me-up right there, whoever can get their hands on it. But now looking at, the circle's going to shift a little bit more drastically than expected, and it's actually going to be very centered around Chumasera, and this is going to actually prompt a lot of teams. Probably only Golden Cat and Daytrade are going to be happy staying where they are, especially Daytrade has got that church on the high ground. They could really cut off a lot of rotations, but you can see everyone is making a mad dash for it.
Oh yeah, and I do think that some of these teams will definitely play devil's advocate here, just being the gatekeepers to whoever's just cutting by from the northern section. And for Arkangel Predator, they definitely had some good area of coverage that we saw early on. So I do expect some vehicles to might just blow up in between, but well, of course, just evil intentions from the casters. We're definitely looking for even more action to come, as we see some difficulties for Miraculum Gaming to come across, but Burning's already pointing the crosshand towards the side of Divine Esports, and well, definitely a valiant effort of attempt from the side of Burning.
Yeah, he's going to give it a shot there, but not really going to be panning out just yet. But Miraculum Gaming, again, not really in the biggest of rushes here. They're willing to actually stop their vehicles and open fire. But they are, again, all the way on that western side. They have got a little bit more freedom to move into the zone a little bit later than everyone else, just because of how narrow it is on there. Assuming that teams don't go for more drastic rotations through the blue zone here, but actually we do have Phoenix Gaming going to already be in position here, as Victim is really taking their time to push down. Now, mind you, they are still taking that very slow route towards the Picado side of things here, and Phoenix, I'm not sure if they really want to try and hold this position. They can't really cover each other with this kind of hilly terrain.
Yeah, I think this is one of the roughest places to actually play out from, and Victim has already known some of the position, and they've already lost the very first member early at the start of the game. So now let's see what Teddy is up to. Then there will be Dr. Logi cutting in towards the Picado side, but he's already receiving a little bit of that hit shot coming from Hopkins' side.
Yeah, that was not really how you wanted to start that off, as yeah, you're getting to the stage of the game where it's not going to be easy to start replacing a lot of your gear and utility. So yeah, this chip damage, like right at this moment in time, is really not what they need. And Kush is still going to be all the way back here. Now, he might be able to get a good flanking position, but it is not going to help the team in the long run, because they're not even inside the zone yet, and they're going to have to still transition to phase 3, which is going to be revealing itself in 50 seconds, but he's got problems on the doorstep right now.
Oh yeah, and there's going to be more problems lurking up ahead. Kush just spots out that Mirado cutting in towards the top side of the hill, but he's wise enough not to let up some shots, and if he does, then maybe some of the Victim members might just make a huge swerve and just take him down.
Yeah, I think Victim, they decided to pull out from that difficult position. They're actually rotating in a counterclockwise fashion now, trying to get into a bit of a safer spot here. They are actually going to be taking damage here from the blue. That's actually going to be one of the Merlin Moore players that's actually nearby, but he's actually on foot all by himself. I'm not sure if he's going to be in a great position here, and more vehicles going to be denied here as they're going to continue onwards.
Oh my, it definitely is a punishing circle. Corporate Mood is cutting in towards the western side, while Angel Lions, they are still outside. This is pretty concerning to me, because they are really far inside of Puerto Paraíso, but this might just be a strategy that may work if they were to arrive by the edge of the southeast. But we're seeing a lot of gunfights happening in towards the midsection as Cerberus tries to cut in towards the middle, while the IC Gaming might just actually put a little bit of pressure alongside with Arkangel Predator, and we might just see them collide.
Yeah, everyone's making that mad dash to get the better positions here. Daytrade, again, going to be very happy with the location that they managed to secure, excuse me, at the start of the game. But yeah, a bit unfortunate there for OG Philip, but he is still going to be alive, so that is the main thing. So at least Miraculum Gaming going to be able to continue onwards here. But yeah, as he did point out, it is really going to be interesting from Angel Alliance. Now they're going to have enough heals, but now it looks like Hopkins here is going to be engaging right now. It does look like Yumcut is going to finish off Man, and yeah, see how things are going to be developing here. Currently, there are only 2 players here from Game Home going to be duking out with the 2 remaining players here from Victim, and it's going to be a little bit of a stalemate here. I think they don't really want to push it too much, but this is giving time for Game Home to get their other players here into position to help.
Well, Teddy's gonna be landing a snipe towards West Name. And, well, this is definitely a great spot on coming from Teddy, which will extend his lead. Still chasing on towards the leaderboard and, well, securing the kill over the members of Game Home. But this is definitely going to be pretty rough of a commitment coming from inside of Game Home, knowing that they are outnumbered, and if they do commit, might just be outgunned too.
Yeah, this is probably not that great for both of these teams, but they kind of feel that there's a little bit of necessity here. Now, of course, first blow was dealt by Game Home, but it is traded already back by Victim. So now it's going to be whether or not they really want to press the issue. Technically speaking, it's going to have to be Victim that has to really try and force it, because they are not inside the zone by a little margin here. And yeah, it's phase 3 already. We're going to have to see Angel Alliance as well move inside. They're not going to be able to tank at a reasonable rate the amount of damage when it reaches phase 4, but Buriram United here are gonna be doing some damage to themselves here, it seems.
Well, a little bit of that sort of bike flip, I assume, and that will be King just hoping to dash across, and whoa, that's a flying vehicle right in the middle of the dunes, and oh man, this is definitely going to be pretty bad for him, as you can see that his vehicle is already smoking up, and perhaps might just be punished by Golden Cat from quite far. But here comes Teddy though. He wants to actually engage in towards this section here. They are by the corners of the staircase here. He really got to be really careful. Oh, soaking a little bit more damage coming in as Zigo 1 was over the top side, lobbing one Nate over the first floor. But here comes Hopkins though. He might just actually go in for the full commitment.
And he's actually taking a lot of damage himself, and he's going to go down here as now the two Game Home players have a little bit of advantage. Teddy has managed to heal up, though. He is moving in. He takes down one. Can he get the other one? He finishes off the other player. Hopkins is safe for the time being. He's going to get res for now, but yeah, he's only got that one obstacle upstairs, as Zigo 1 is going to have to just play this a little bit carefully. He is watching the stairs here, but he is going to continue to be on his toes. But this is giving time for Victim to get their player up to full strength, and they should be able to push this last player here. But the shot's coming out there from Teddy. He's trying to finish off the supporting player right now. He's taken quite a bit of damage. He's getting shot in the foot.
Oh my goodness me, Victim Esports! How did Teddy just see that pixel right beneath that pickup truck, and he managed to actually seal the deal, finding a full squad wide right there?
Yeah, I think like Hopkins also able to take out Zigo upstairs at the same time, so good teamwork coming out from them. But now we're seeing things going to be descending a little bit more here. A lot of action starting to erupt all over the map, but it is going to be dicey here for Angel Alliance. Not inside the zone here, but they are not going to be in any immediate danger. But RCM is down, and there's not going to be a way they can pick him up now.
Yeah, definitely not enough time for them to actually go in for the rest. But we're looking at phase 4 here, getting a little bit more crowded up, while Victim, after taking that fight, they lose 2 members, but they managed to gain double in return. Now we're seeing another close combat action coming from DIC as well as Cerberus as well. Both these teams are going for the commitment. Tony goes down, same goes to Hayasaki, but it will be Smell taking down 2. Now looking for Bad Guy as well. He's still getting surrounded, but he needs a little bit more help. Kanaxi from the back though. Here it comes. Buriram United going in for the full engage.
Yeah, Smell coming up big. He's got 3 kills already in this engagement at the expense of Cerberus, but there is going to be Buriram United coming in here. Smell has to try and hold this push here, otherwise Tony and himself are gone for sure. But there are 3 players from the Thai squad. Subang is still alive for Cerberus in the back, and he's going for the desperation res right now. Smell still in very good shape here, and he's looking to see, can he turn it up against the Thai squad?
Well, definitely going to be noisy neighbors for a while more. And as for Hammerich, this seems to be him taking a lot of damage outside of the zone, and he's only down to some of these bandages to actually hang on for dear life and 1 pack of first aid. So I'm not really too sure. He can actually walk through, but there will be risks involved. And speaking of which, K. How much is just waiting at the side by the corners of the container while he's being surrounded by Miraculum Gaming.
Yeah, so here in Chumasera, it looks like Miraculum Gaming has found their spot to die on right now, as they're going to try and hold this spot. They are going to be decently inside the zone here and have the options to play out. KC How much? He's playing very much on his own. I think he's the last surviving team member for Merlin Moore for now, so he has to just be a little bit more quiet with the hide and seek game. But we'll have to see how Angel Alliance, I don't think that this strategy has really been working out well for them, how they've been playing very outside the zone.
Yeah, and they've already played it themselves into two strong, and of course for RIP, that's gonna be him taking down Angel Alliance's third man, which leaves only 69 alive, and that circle will be by the edge of Qontra. Well, Daytrade has already got themselves an advantage, and now they're putting a little bit of commitment towards the side of Creatory.
And Subong is taking quite a few hits. He did try and bug out from that battle there, but he's taking a lot of hits for it. It looks like Smell and the rest of DIC not able to come out against Buriram United, and they get eliminated here. Oh, nice shots there from Joe-Man, as Daytrade is going to actually take him out, as he's also under pressure from Arkangel Predator.
That's right, and Arkangel Predator is definitely a little bit more mad than usual, as they've got some of their kills kind of stolen away, but Daytrade, they've got some great angles from above of Qontra to actually work this out.
Yeah, so it does look like Arkangel, they are looking to rebound from day one's less than stellar performance, and they currently have the tools to do so. They got some good positioning here in the zone. Job Jab currently down the road. He is only going to be that one player by himself now. There is still going to be the other members from Four Horsemen elsewhere, but he's currently the vanguard. But it looks like Fergus here going to get finished off by Daytrade. Yes, they're also looking to bounce up themselves. They are currently in 8th position here, so they can still very much get a very good result from this and jump into the top of the standings.
Yeah, no, there's definitely a high chance for them to do so. Well, Miraculum Gaming is just keeping themselves relatively quiet, but they have all 4 members still intact. They know that they only need to make advancements in the later stages of the game. Well, we're looking at the side of Miramar, of course, still trying their best to get themselves back in towards the top 5 position.
Oh, Creatory is taking a lot of damage here from Divine. They take out 2 of their players straight away, as Divine also looking to reproduce their first match of the day heroics that we did see them actually have in day number 1. But now we're seeing 69 pushing up here. He has worked out well as a solo squad member, as we have seen in yesterday's competition, but now he's actually creeping up on Miraculum. Can he actually do some good damage against his compatriots? Currently Burning is not going to be very aware of this position, but 69 is also trying to scope out, see where all these other members are going to be. But Burning here, he's going to spot him out a little bit, but only at the last second. But it's enough for him to get into a little bit more cover, and 69 is going to bolt down the hill as a result.
Oh my, 69 is definitely having some bold moves, but Burning is going to fight back regardless. He's just pointed gun once again. He's holding in towards the same angles, but oh my, soaking a little bit of that frag grenade, and he might just get wiped out if he goes downwards. But Burning wants to commit to this. This might just be the end for them, but Creatory will be eliminated on that 13 plays, and Burning, he's going to commit to this. He's just hopped right out, and there we go. That beautiful hit shot will be able to take down Angel Alliance.
Oh, that was a bold play coming out there, but OG Killer backing up nicely. But it looks like Phoenix Gaming is going to get taken out here, and it's going to actually be the blue zone. So that's not going to be working out too well. We are down to 10 teams here, and this circle is going to be looking dicey. There's not a lot of cover to work here, but Purple Mood is pushing into Golden Cat right now. But there is a lot of third-party action here. Ball Sense going to get finished off there. Arkangel Predator going to hail some bullets down the road and really make life difficult, and looks like Golden Cat is going to be slapping back Purple Mood as they're trying to encroach on their territory.
Well, Daytrade still has what it takes to actually take this round, but there's even more flocks of teams coming across, with Divine squeezing in from the south side. Purple Mood crashed out at 10th place, one of the earliest that we've seen coming from Purple Mood, but Hopkins having too much of that firepower over on his side, and he will need to back away.
Victim trying to actually follow up and follow through what Purple Mood was not able to do, right into the Golden Cat compound. But Golden Cat is holding strong. Tonke and Tino is actually going to be holding the fort here. They are going to be prepared for that. They managed to take out 1 squad already. They're willing to take on any other takers right now, but it looks like 4 Horsemen is actually going to get eliminated here, as finally Job Jab gets spotted out by CJ. The nade not landing there, as Tonke has got plethora of smokes right in front of his face.
Even CJ wants to actually hop right in towards the action as well, trying to actually find some bullets in towards the heads of victim members, but he's just trying to actually climb through this steep hill. Now that they've already split themselves into 2-2, there's some pretty interesting tactics coming from the side of Arkangel Predator, while Nikki will be able to find Connects and brings him down.
And Victim here is really trying to press the issue. They only have the 2 players, but they have got Teddy, their current kill leader, and he already has 4 kills in this game. He is looking for more. Currently, Golden Cat is going to have to decide, do they want to save Tokay? But the flanking shot coming out there here from Tinoy, as he's going to be able to take him down, as Teddy now has to try and do it alone here. He might have the firepower to do so, but it is going to be 2 players here for Golden Cat, but it's going to be a 2-on-1. He goes down, and that's the hopes there from the Indonesian squad getting extinguished.
Oh my goodness me, such a swift way to actually end the lives of Victim Esports, but Arkangel Predator knows that this is time for them to go and have a shot at what it takes to take down Golden Cat as well. But while they're at it, Maxonis has already got enough time to actually get himself back in good shape. But now with 3 members being supported here from the side of Arkangel, they might be able to close out the chapter for Golden Cat, but there is still burning from the top.
Yeah, so this is going to be dicey. Do they try and finish off this fight, which is going to be difficult? They have to push into that hard cover, or do they prioritize the circle now? But it does look like Day Trade is trading blows with Buriram United. Currently, they have got 1 player down each as they are trying to get inside the zone. Currently, BRU does have a little bit more of the priority inside the zone, but Divine quietly picking up the frags here as they're going to be continuing to put pressure on the rest of the squads.
Look at how Cal's managed to actually create that pressure, just waiting for members of Golden Cat to come by, and they have to actually force their way in. One nade actually being charged up from the side of members of Golden Cat, but that will not land towards the side of CJ, as we see Calp, CJ, as well as Mad Dog. They know they want this 2 points pretty well desperately.
Yeah, I think at the most, they do also want to try and make sure that they don't have to worry about this flank here at all. Currently, Killa is the only one on this eastern side, and he's actually looking at this whole fracas that is going on between Day Trade. But actually, it's Maxonis from downtown who's going to take down Calbs, and he was just watching on the other side here, but he's actually going to prompt the whole push coming out from Golden Cat. This is their time to move in. They cannot allow him to get up, and they actually do manage to finish him off. Now, it's going to be Mad Dog and CJ who have to try and hold that flank, but Miraculum Gaming here is putting pressure onto Divine. They are starting to move in towards the zone, but they have got the Vietnamese team right in their sights.
Well, Hatchburger definitely will go in to actually get some of all these info for his team, while Miraculum has 3 men and might just actually be able to challenge it. Oh no! Divine Snamsy will find the heads of Hatchibert, and now they're only down to 2 men. Miraculum is on the move, but they really gotta make it quick.
Yeah, so Divine going to have advantage here, and the flash there not working for Momonji. He's going to be blinded, and he's going down. Burning is all by himself. Divine can push up over the top here if they dare and finish off the last players here for Miraculum. We're still seeing more fighting, but Buriram United is going to get taken out. Our current leaders is out, and looks like it's going to be Divine as well, getting one over the Filipino squad as Miraculum Games not able to come out with it.
Oh, there we go. Killa on the pursuit as he will be able to actually take out Perchu. But here comes one more nade. He already knows that Flash is right across. He's gonna lob it right across there, and he might just be able to actually take some health off of it. But Divine Esports now has the high ground. Can they actually finish off Day Trade members before taking on another fight from across the trophy from Golden Cat?
Yeah, currently Golden Cat still in this game, and yeah, they've been duking it out with Arkangel for seemingly the longest time. Flash currently holding the fort. CJ is actually coming over to help Killa a little bit as Joelman actually gets taken down by Divine. They are conquering that top aerial position, so they're going to be in a good spot if they can get over towards the ridge there and focus attention there. And it looks like Joelman here going to get finished off.
Wow, 10 kills for Divine Esports. They are back on track, and if they get this chicken dinner, they might just have more than 20 points to leapfrog their way back in towards the top charts. Mad Dog now getting his lot of smokes out for themselves. Well, this phase is going to be closing out in less than a minute as Tinoy finds Namsi, immediately seals that kill, but Killa's definitely going to need to actually heal up before further commitments happen over here. Well, Mad Dog as well as CJ, what can they pull up against Levi, Turtle, as well as Flash?
This is where Arkangel really needs to be decisive. They need to try and take this fight against Day Trade, because if Divine manages to win against the members there from Golden Cat, that's going to be it for them. But looks like they're going to be able to close it out. Killa gets that final kill there, and now it could be Arkangel's turn to start advancing further uphill and really putting the pressure onto the rest of these members.
No, Mad Dog spots one out, but did not really pull the trigger, and even Nikki has already known better to actually fall back. He knows that this definitely isn't the angle for him to work around with, but Circle definitely will not favor any of these guys of Divine, and they really got to make themselves into the open, as we see further action going on as CJ receiving a lot of damage coming from the side of Turtle as well as Levi's.
Yeah, so this three-way fight is going to get Mad Dog getting Nikki down first, so it's now going to be a Divine that really has to try and pick themselves up quite literally here. But now is Golden Cat. They are actually engaging here again with Arkangel, and they're reprising their little bit of Nemesis... Nemesis-ory, if you could say that, as now Tino is going to get knocked down. Maxonis going to be the last person here for the Thai team.
Well, Levi's is definitely hugging by the corners here, and they know that they need to actually hang on, as we see Arkangel Predator getting into really good shape, and Maxonis will be taken out by CJ. CJ looking for the second one as well, and oh my, what a monstrous way as he managed to actually knock out Levi's. Now hunting down for the very final member of Divine. He managed to actually go in for the resurrection, and my Turtle is still back up, but that will be a nade right in front of them, and he spots him now. Will be able to take another down. CJ is on the ground as Nikki secures that kill.
They're going in for the trade here. Mad Dog and Killa trying to use the 2-on-1. It's going to be Mad Dog getting the final one, and it looks like Arkangel is going to be playing that end of the circle here expertly, and they're going to be able to take out all the members there from Divine Esports, as it looks as though the Titans have come back up to the forefront of this competition.
That's right, and Divine Esports, we just saw how much of a great control they had over the upper region. Well, they just had this sort of long-range warfare against Day Trade right down below, and eventually even Arkangel, of course, pressed on the attack as well, making it a three-way fight against them as well as Golden Cat, and there was action all around the map, and it was so hard for them to even take each other out. But as we see how Golden Cat were actually forced to push up the hill and eventually expose their position, which ended up them with the third place finish. But let's have a look at some of the highlights that we had for our very first game inside of Miramar.
Yeah, so Game Home had a very slow start here. They were having equal trades here for a little bit, but it wasn't going to be lasting that long here, as of course Victim using their talisman powerhouse in the form of Teddy. He was going to be able to get quite a bit of work done here, and he's going to be able to save Popkins, as they were going to look to try and sustain in a later stages here. And Teddy here knowing exactly what to do to finish off this last Game Home player.
Yeah, let's just look at that spray right down below, and you gotta know that Teddy is not here just for shows. And well, that guy, of course, had a little bit of a stroke of a notion to know that someone's going to pop up. And this is where Buriram thought that, hey, we can actually punish this Vietnamese team right down below. They managed to get themselves in towards a full committed fight, but even Buriram were stuck here right afterwards. Of course, the IC eventually having Cerberus members shooting them down, and well, that's definitely that huge closure that they actually needed to survive that. But well, look at how much chaos is within this neighborhood.
Yeah, Smell managed to take down 3 players here from Cerberus and doing the work. So yeah, we've seen that headshot a few times, and yeah, he's about to pick up this other one here onto Bad Guy. So he was really putting in a shift here, but there was going to be all these invading players there from Buriram United, and Creatory not really joined up here, and Rip gonna get taken out by Nikki in the smoke here. It's not going to be much hope for him there. Yes, Purple Moon also getting caught out. They were all getting sprayed down here by Tonke. He's just spamming off with the Mini 14 here and going to work.
Well, I'm not really sure what were Purple Moon even thinking, hiding behind that rolling tin pole, and even when they hit upwards, they got themselves in towards a really hard place, as Purple Moon finds themselves in between Golden Cat as well, and the Cats have definitely wiped them all out. And this is where Maxonis definitely pulled off quite a clutch as they managed to take down the final member of Victim Esports.
Yeah, they needed to do that against Teddy here, but yeah, Miraculum not much luck here, and the flashbang's not working out, and Momonji just like that is going to get taken out. The kill leader is going out in with the rest of Miraculum Gaming here, as they weren't able to get it done versus Divine. Divine getting the initial pick as well, and then of course we did see Golden Cat and Divine just going at it here on the higher ground and not really giving way to either team. But of course Golden Cat, with just the 2 players there, they were doing the most that they could.
Yeah, they definitely did their best, and they've lasted so well against the likes of Arkangel as well, and that definitely deserves a lot of shout out in that sort of sense. And as for the members of Arkangel, I just really love how they really sustained so well. They coordinated with the 3 men being put towards the western side and having 1 man to actually hold on to. And this is where CJ definitely popped off. Look at him go. That's 1, that's 2, and he finds Turtle as well, making a 3. And well, of course, that's actually a little bit of that replay going on. Yep, the third man would definitely be Levi's right there.
Yeah, so Divine had a lot of work to do at the top of the hill here. They were constantly being harassed by Golden Cat, and then of course Arkangel, once they finished off Day Trade Bear, it wasn't going to be easy for them to deal with it. Nikki, 5 kills on the round here. He wasn't going to be able to get any more, as Mad Dog able to close things out here for the Filipino squad. So they're going to be really happy with that performance. They're going to leapfrog up the table. They did start today in 11th position, and Divine also did manage to get quite a number of kills. 11 kills, I think the last that we saw.
That's right.
Might be a bit more. But yeah, they're also going to be pretty happy with that, as they were starting near the bottom as well. So that is going to be all here for match number 1, or match number 7 in total, as we're going to be having 5 more rounds for you, ladies and gentlemen, for your entertainment. And we'll be taking a short break. After that, we will have our second round of Miramar for today.
Welcome back to the Super Cup. This is Qontra. Joined by me is Play of the J. We're heading in towards match number 2, but before that, we've got update of match 7, which just happened not too long ago. Arkangel Predator is currently at the top of the standings for, of course, today. Well, it seems like there's going to be a little bit of that switcheroo with those logos, but hopefully you guys don't really mind that. Well, Divine Esports managed to clinch 17 points, followed by Golden Cat over 14 on third place.
Yeah, all three teams pretty much getting double-digit kills there, and they have done really well for themselves in that first round of the day. Teddy has finally managed to take that first spot from here, Momonji. He had 17 kills. He was going at it. He was trying to really lift his team in the previous round. But Momonji is still going to pick up that second spot. And Dra, from Buriram United is still going to be there with 12 kills. And Golden Cat also having one of their members with 12 kills.
Well, speaking of which, if we do add up the points all together, it should be Golden Cat right now sitting at the top of the table with a total of 56 points, followed by Victim Esports, of course. But we've already seen pretty much a similar fight pattern, but this time headed more towards the northern section instead. So possibilities of some teams visiting toward Ahumada, such as the likes of Purple Mood, where we already have Hanboya already floating by, but it seems to be pretty much a northern-centric sort of flight for many of these players.
Yeah, it's very similar to the previous round. I think we're seeing a lot of teams actually still dropping in the same locations here, so we're just going to have to see how the first phase is going to go to dictate the pace. Otherwise, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of it still stays the same, but it does look like it's going to be all the way in the northern side here, so it's going to be a little bit interesting to see how soon some of these teams on the southern side are going to be making their first moves.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty much good news for teams like QC4 Horsemen, or even for Miraculum Gaming, which is by the corners of La Cabrera, as well as Divine Esports. And we've already mentioned about how Purple Mood has been frequently going in from the top to bottom approach, where they just get themselves pretty much on the North Point most of the time. But bad news for some of those who are inside of Chimachera. But of course, Day Trade has already got themselves some great game from the previous run. So this is going to be definitely a challenge for the members of Day Trade.
Absolutely. So Day Trade, they're gonna be feeling okay. I think there's gonna be plenty of options for them, especially on the eastern side of the map, to make their rotations. So I think it'll still be pretty okay for them. Now, Angel Alliance, now they did start off with that round not getting any points after finishing the day strong yesterday. So they've been looking to try and get back in there, find that formula to get into the middle stages of the game nice and safely with the rest of their squad. And Miraculum Gaming, they were doing pretty well for themselves in that previous game in terms of the placing. Not able to garner enough kills to really vault up the standings, but they kind of maintain in that 4th spot. Now, they do have 46 points, but it's tied now with Arkangel. So Arkangel, of course, they were in 11th before round number 7, so they managed to vault all the way back up. And they are tied, and they are looking pretty good. The last 2 rounds, including the last one of yesterday, they were doing pretty well for themselves. So let's see whether or not they can keep the momentum going.
Yeah, definitely. We'll definitely see a little bit of a shift once again. Now that we're looking into the corners of Angel Alliance, securing this frequent warehouse in the middle of the field, pretty much nearby for some of all these members of Water Treatment to perhaps have a little bit of a lookout. But we're looking at Dr. Logi just walking by. I'm not sure if he's already spotted out members of the side of Miraculum, but they're going to be pretty okay for the time being. As we speak here, Miraculum Gaming has got a decent spot in the first round of Miramar, but then again, they still need to rack up in terms of those kill volumes, which they have been lacking at for today.
Yeah, currently, I wouldn't be too concerned about Miraculum Gaming. It's still early days. They're only 10 points off Golden Cat right now. But yeah, like we've been talking about Golden Cat, just by the tenacity of getting those kills and really just getting into the thick of things. And in the previous round, they only had 2 guys for a lot of the round. They got 9 kills in that game, and that's just helped them to really vault up. And Victim, despite getting 6 kills themselves, I mean, they didn't get quite as high of a placing there. So Yeah, I think looking at it, there's a nice way that we see that a lot of these teams at the top of the table are keeping pace, even if they are not able to take a win. Now, for those who maybe have not followed all the games, there has not been a single repeat chicken dinner winner here. Oh, some shots that might come out here, as Cerberus is going to be very close here to one of the Phoenix Gaming players, but I think he realizes that maybe he's not going to be having too much in the way of backup right now, and it's not going to really open up.
Yeah, and Cerberus Esports is definitely getting a little bit of that sort of a peek in towards Hacienda del Patron. Not the usual classic games where this becomes a pretty much a huge hot drop for many. Well, Cerberus knows for the fact that there is a couple of parachutes that's headed towards that direction, so it's pretty much a wise move. And mind you, there's going to be a lot more teams to join by this section of the map because there's going to be a lot of drive-bys that they could possibly take good advantage of pretty much later on.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, even Cerberus, I mean, they dropped in Picado after all, and they're already here at Hacienda del Patron. So they're going to continue, and they are actually not like afraid of coming into this zone where honestly, this is like right in the path of the plane here, but it looks like JR's here is going to be having some unwanted company here in the form of Momoji and Hechibert. So the two members from Miraculum Gaming could be able to seal the kills here, but they have no idea JR's is currently there. He is actually playing it very carefully. He's actually going to be finding maybe a little bit more information before he decides to do anything. Maybe get to the corner of the compound here and might be able to offer him a little bit more room to play with.
Yeah, and Jair's definitely will be able to defend for quite a while, but he might just need a little bit more support coming from the rest of the horsemen, which is pretty much segregated. We're seeing a little bit of the drive coming in from the back, and they've already heard all the engines roaring from the side of Miraculum Gaming, but little did they know, they don't really have any clue at all where Jair's is currently at, and now he's just walking by, and I'm just really surprised that Momaji did not really secure that shot.
He's making a run for it, so I think now that they've gone into a few of the buildings, they can see that it's definitely looted already, so they are going to be a little bit mindful and wary in case there's going to be the intruder still here, but it looks like Jayers here is going to be getting away in the vehicle here. He is making a run for it, not really wanting to get stuck in it, as of course you got Momonji, who is currently the second place kill leader in this competition, so not going to be able to add to that kill total just yet. Angel Alliance, they did manage to get that good fortune of having the zone here, as they're very much on that eastern side of phase 1, so they can actually take their time, loot up a little bit more, and right now it's just whether or not they want to really exert a lot of map control or not.
Yeah, and I guess like Miraculum, at the very least, they managed to secure an estate for themselves to actually hold on to, but of course they've already known that QC is just around the corner. Maybe they could still get a little bit more of that sort of the area control as we speak. And Jayers ran into another trouble here as they managed to run past members of Game Home, and Imkut wasn't really too happy about it, and that will be the first blood being secured by Game Home.
Yeah, so a little bit unfortunate there for Jayers. Ran from one problem to another and didn't work out. So he's going to have to, or rather the rest of the 4 horsemen are going to have to try and do it on their own. Victim here is going to be playing with 4. They did run into a few problems. They did lose a few members along the way in match number 7, which did hamper their efforts a little bit, but Teddy was still going strong, and don't know what he's been eating, but you can see there with his kill average, he's been getting 2.7 kills per game here, but it looks like Victim here is against the ropes. Nikki from Merlin Moore is starting to press the issue.
Oh my, Hopkins might just be able to actually land some of all these shots here, and oh, what a great cover fire coming in from members of Victim, but they've already lost one, which definitely is a downer, where RDK Boss is one prominent member of Victim Esports.
Yeah, so now there's going to be a little bit of distance. I don't think Merlin Moore are really going to try and press it too much at the moment. There is some long-range fire from Casey How much. He is actually quite far away from the rest of the 2 members. Nikki actually going to be trying to meet up with the rest of them here, as we're going to be seeing how things are going to be shaping up for the next phase of the zone. Looks like it's going to be a little bit further towards the southwestern side here, so it's going to be a little bit better for the rest of these teams to try and get in, but yeah, it's going to force Angel Alliance to move it a little bit more, and Buriram United, in fact, will also have to make a more significant transition.
Well, Divine Esports is caught in the middle of all these sort of teams that might just actually crowd in, but is going to be facing against the likes of Golden Cat real soon, as Cerberus is already pressing on some attack, while Arkangel Predator runs in towards the corners, of course. Mad Dog's going to be pretty much A-OK, but I'm not too sure whether if this is going to be a wise move or that sort of a direct rotation in towards Hacienda for Arkangel Predator.
Yeah, so they're taking their time. Now, of course, Hacienda is going to be absolutely looted dry there by Cerberus and maybe Phoenix as well from the early stages of the game. But anyways, for all these teams, you know, usually at this stage, you're not really looting anymore, of course. You are very much vying for field position, and if you do manage to get some loot, it's pretty much going to be for some dead bodies that you managed to loot in the early, or rather from your conquest.
Oh, look at the long range shot coming from the side of Burning. I'm not too sure whether if he managed to actually land a few of that, but that's definitely an interesting approach coming in from the side of Miraculum, already giving out some of their position, but they're just trying to line up that 6 times upon some of the players on top of that hill, which will be Golden Cat.
Yeah, but for the most part, not really going to land too much in the way of connections right here. Victim, again, going to reposition themselves here above San Martin and just really try and get whatever information they can. It is going to be quite hazardous to try and plow into San Martin, but I think for the most part, they have got the better position right now. Arkangel is very much set up here all the way on that eastern side, but there is going to be further rotations coming out from their fellow Filipino team, Angel Alliance, so they are actually going to be continuing onwards here. 69 actually going to be a little bit of a vanguard and doing a bit of a scouting mission here on the water treatment side. I think once he's managed to get the coast clear, the rest of the squad is going to start moving in and getting more central.
Yeah, I think that they really need to actually get into a better position right now, but what they're currently doing from the side of Miraculum Gaming is just to zone out some of these players that are still bordering by the edges. Well, Hatchibert and the rest of them are still at it, and he's got an 8 times to, of course, go at it for days, while Creaturi is actually not too far away as well. So, Miraculum, which managed to push out members of QC away, has gotten quite a great place to actually camp out for the time being. While the IC is taking a pretty late approach and they are tanking quite a significant amount of damage, and I'm pretty sure that Tony might just need to do a little quick pit stop to actually get themselves healed up.
Yeah, so this is actually a little bit more of a different strategy we're seeing coming out from DIC. They, in the previous game, they were relatively central, but they had to duke it out with a couple of teams as they were all fighting for those very central spots. Smell was doing very well for them, but yeah, one too many teams. Cerberus followed by BRU wasn't really going to pan out all too well. CJ going to be a little bit spread out here for Arkangel as they look to continue to see whether they spot others encroaching on the territory. Next zone is going to reveal itself, so if there's going to be any rotations, this is probably going to be when it happens. But currently, Arkangel not in the worst of positions, not great either. They could try and do a little bit more as they move a bit more from the Hacienda del Patron.
Well, I think that from the corners of Hacienda, it can be a pretty interesting sort of the rotation for them to actually cut through the south side and towards St. Martin to get where they need to be. And now within all these hills, it's pretty much booked for the time being. And speaking of which, there's going to be a lot of approaches coming in from the northern section where Game Home might just actually go in for a little bit drift alongside with Buriram United.
And right now, San Martin is very much in play, not on the central side of the zone, so we might not see too many teams there. It will be a last resort kind of thing. But here on the northern side, Purple Mood is opening up against Buriram and also Miraculum Gaming. But it's going to actually be Buriram here who gets 2 knocks there, including roadkill, as Boss Sense is going to be feeling that one here for days, I do imagine. And down to 50% squad strength, but refrag back here onto Konaxi as they're going to continue to duke it out in a battle for Thailand.
Well, I wish I can actually see that part of the clip. And speaking of which, Noara trying to actually finish off the members of Purple Mood, which means there's going to be only 1 more left for the side of PLM. Well, Buriram kind of separated themselves into its different side of the barns, while Miraculum Gaming is just by the watch. I'm not too sure whether if they really wanted to take advantage of this, and if they want to, they could definitely do so.
Yeah, they're just going to be maintaining a little bit of map control here. Buriram, after that one where they did have some fire right back at them from Purple Mood, they're going to be just licking their wounds ever so much here. But Noradra here is actually going to be taken down by Hanboya as they going off the night and looking to get a little bit of revenge here. But when we need to try and salvage a little bit from this game here, Jump Jab is going to get finished off by Zigo though, as Four Horsemen not having a good mid-game right now. But Game Home is still going to be very much improving on last game's performance.
Yeah, and Game Home definitely is starting with even more firepower. But over the top side here, oh my, DIC is finding a way to punish Purple Mood as well. So they're being caught up in between after taking down some members from the side of Buriram United. And Hatchip is going to be going in for that fatal four-way fight as we see Hatchip trying to actually land the shot. And there goes Purple Mood getting wiped away by that certain name. But he will still find Godmail instead. And Raccoon Gaming trying to actually go in for the tap here. And there's going to be a little bit of smoke to actually cover up for the time being.
Yeah, and after having such a strong day number 1, Purple Mood is really not having the best of luck here so far today. Both rounds not going to be able to finish with seemingly any points. I think they might get one here, but it looks like Merlin Moore here is going to take it to the members of Game Home, but it's also going to be QC Four Horsemen also getting in on the action, and the Vietnamese team is in dire straits.
Well, CES finally booked their way in towards phase number 5, and as for Burning, they're taking their sweet time. They know that they don't have to move in. This pressure is on towards the members of Buriram United, and over the top side you can see Edie here is just suffering some of all these sort of hits for quite a while, but Noardra has already drove off with one of his teammates, which means that this is just a sort of a decoy and distraction to get themselves into safety.
Yeah, it does look like Buriram trying to get a little bit more of a concerted effort, but the shots there from Momonji are on point. Takes down one. He's looking for Godmeow, but he's going to continue moving away for the time being. DIC going to be repositioning right now as Momonji is looking to pick up his second. Noradra is being left for dead. The other two are going to be further up the hill. They're still inside the zone.
Oh!
The shots coming out from Momonji.
Holy smokes, that is not supposed to happen, and that is just insane. Momonji once again bringing the pain to Buriram United.
And he's looking to get his kill leader chart established once again at the pinnacle. But now there's going to be Angel Alliance trying to duke it out now with DIC. They are fighting here on the water treatment side, as Momonji is going to finally get that kill after Godmeow is going to be bleeding out.
Well, again, man, he's got some great angles there. One shot connecting from his Mini 14. While Angel Alliance is getting into another position, while Phoenix is just by the edge here. He might just actually walk into this death trap. But speaking of which, there's already so many of them actually trying to go in for the ambush by the corners of water treatment. And DIC just waiting by the edge as well.
And Miraculum Gaming here, it's going to be a little bit of a standoff here in phase 4. They're not pressing an issue, but RCM has got the entire of Phoenix Gaming here on his doorstep, and he's going to be able to take a lot of HP off Dr. Logi, but that's not enough. He's going to back up ever so much, but now Phoenix Gaming is completely aware of this problem here that they got in the form of Angel Alliance. They're starting to swarm out, but they are currently in a narrow spot here. Angel Alliance trying to support RCM. RCM just needs to delay them ever so much here as he does get his teammates into position. Kush moving around the right side here, might be able to get some flanking shots onto RCM. He's not careful. He's behind the dumpster, but he's actually going to get forced all the way back here by the rest of the teammates.
Oh, he spots out Logi, and he knows that he's just right across. A couple of taps coming true, and Logi's going to lob one more nade. But instead, there will be a connection coming from the side of 69, taking down both Hong Vodish as well as Dr. Logi. Average tries to actually press on, giving a little bit of support from the back. He gets Kush as well. Oh my goodness, things went from good to bad for the side of Phoenix, and now they're on the retreat. Hammerage now sniffing him out like dogs chasing in for the Phoenix member.
Oh, but he manages. Oh, none actually gets taken out by DIC, but it does look like Angel Alliance is pressing the rest of the members here, and the Phoenix losing 3 of the opening picks there in that fight. And yeah, that's not what they really need here if they're going to progress into the later stages of the game. But currently they still have Soha, who's still alive, but DIC is putting the pressure onto Angel Alliance. Heimerage also gets taken down. It looks like there's only going to be RCM and 69 currently the ones who are fragging out.
Oh my, now DIC getting one knock and one kill. RCM is still surviving, and they tried to actually pull up a fight against Smell, and RCM will be able to actually do some damage right there, but they did lose one more from the side of their allies. Well, Arkangel Predator still keeping it all intact and game home at 13th place.
RCM 69 getting finished off as even though they're fragging out for their team, they press into Smell, and Smell has been on fire today, so he finishes them off, and it looks like DIC is going to continue onwards. Soa also gets finished off as Smell picks up another frag here. Mon under pressure here for Victim. It's all this high ground pressure coming out from Golden Cat. The current leaders are putting pressure onto the Indonesian team as they look to seal this final kill onto Hopkins.
Oh, great Nate going in towards the lower grounds. Now he's trying to actually go in for the retake, but they are a little bit far from that circle and they need to actually secure some grounds. Tino's going to be able to find Man, and that will be the end for two members of the side of Victim, which means that Hopkins needs to actually pull off an upset. There is the nade being charged up, but instead there will be one good peek, and there goes Victim out and over.
And that's Tonkei doing the work here. Golden Cat's representative at the top of the kill charts as they're looking to have another cracker of a game, and that's at expense of Victim, so they're going to be happy with that here as they're really denying the points for their closest rival. But it does look like DIC is going to get spotted up by Arkangel as Killa is actually going to take down Basil from Cerberus, but now it's going to be very congested as we're seeing Merlin Moore starting to push onto Golden Cat. They've taken out Tonkei and Maxonis, in fact, but there is going to be reverse pressure. Nikki gets taken down by the frag grenade.
Oh man, that's a huge frag. And speaking of frag, even Puchu's getting knocked there by Nikki. CJ will be able to find Tony running down the kill, trying to actually secure himself in towards the next phase. While Hetzebert's definitely covering up a lot of all these places, but oh no, they're actually leaving their bike and they are being exposed by the middle of the street, and he's still going in for the bike. And whoa, a little bit of tangle coming in out from the side of Ankon, and he will be knocked out.
Hetchebert doing the work here, but Merlin Moore taking out the whole of Golden Cat, and it's a clean sweep there as Toyo is gonna be able to take them down with Casey How Much, and they've been doing the work there, but Casey How Much is actually gonna be bleeding out here, and now it looks like Arkangel is rolling up this flank. They are taking the fight right now to DIC, and now Merlin Moore is also taken out in turn here as a very turn of events right now.
Yeah, Divine Esports is just showing in their muscles, and Burning gets knocked off by Fergus right down below. Creaturi is all being spread out by the top side as we see a little bit of peek coming from the side of OG Phillips, connecting one shot, sends him right behind the rocks. But there is still going to be RIP giving him a little bit of smoke ass coverage as OG Phillips goes in for a few more attempts, but there will be Divine actually having all the laughter when this is over and done. Yeah, Burning luckily here has got a little bit of terrain advantage here. He should be able to be res. Right now, Creatori are holding the keys somewhat, but Miraculum does have the space here on this little bit of a hillside to try and work with, as even DIC can't do too much about this advancement as they're going to progress into the next zone. So it is already starting to encroach, but they are on the shorter edge, so they have got a lot more time to work with. Cerberus actually going to be 2-2 split right now, but Arkangel is the one that really needs to try and make some serious moves. Well, we're looking at CES members smack right in the middle, while the other two members are getting pinned down there by the members of Divine Esports. Well, there is going to be a solo unit coming from Daytrade from the south side, while we're looking at some gunfire shots coming in from the side of Arkangel as well as Creatori. Oh, looks like Tony getting taken down here, and it's going to be CJ going to finally finish off that kill. There's only one member left there for DIC that Arkangel needs to try and take out. Then they got this whole flank, but there's still Hetchebert from Miraculum Gaming that could still influence things a little bit. But at least Arkangel has got more or less of a clearer path here, but they still have to take out Smell. Smell has been doing the work this game, so they have got their work cut out for them. That's right, and the moment you speak of it, he lands that headshot straight at Killa of Arkangel Predator, and OG Phillips, he knows that Smell is just cutting him by. He's just gonna let him go. He knows that he does not need that attention as for now. Well, Hatchet's gonna be able to find Killa, and now this is gonna be some good opportunity for Miraculum Gaming to make a move.
Yeah, I don't think Smell is going to be happy with that kill steal there by Miraculum, but he has to try and deal with what he is dealt, as he is the sole surviving team member. He has got a lot on his shoulders right now as DIC look to continue further on, but CJ is currently rolling up the flank. He is looking to try and exact more pressure here. There is fewer and fewer spots for Smell to try and work with, but he's trying to do so valiantly, as now CJ is trying to just get a bit more vision on some of these other teams, especially Cerberus already inside the zone. They're taking quite a few hits from his Mini 14 play.
Well, I'm actually really surprised that CES is still surviving in the midst of it all, because they are taking 2 different sides, and another 2 of them are being smacked right in between, which means that they might actually get some information out of Arkangel Predator, but it also means that they do not have enough firepower to actually take out anyone for the time being, by just hiding behind that rock. And now there's going to be a little bit of a problem for Divine, because the circle has shifted towards the north point.
But Cerberus is getting shot from all sides. Divine now pushing out from the southern side. They have to move into this zone. They are shooting them in the back, and Smell finally is going to get caught out there by CJ. And now it does look like Arkangel is firmly moving towards Miraculum Gaming. They are in their way right now if they want to try and get inside this circle, but it's going to be a little bit of open ground that they try and have to deal with. And the vehicle rotation coming out from Mad Dog, he is going to be creating some cover right now for the rest of his teammates as they're trying to push this advancement. All this while, Creatory is still putting pressure onto Miraculum.
And we're also looking at Daytrade here, finding Nikki with that headshot, while Miraculum, of course, they can actually gatekeep the rest of the members of Arkangel Predator from proceeding in towards the middle of the circle, or even towards the north point, while Lamanji, of course, have some great solid advantage right here. CJ! Oh, that's one nade connecting towards Subang, and there goes Cerberus Esports getting wiped away.
Yeah, and looks like now Daytrade is also under pressure here after weighing in against Subang, as it looks like Levi's here from Divine is starting to take him out, but it is still Miraculum trying to hold this flank, as Kalps is going to be keeping them honest for right now. But it does look like a change of pace here from Arkangel Predator. They are going to be taking it to Banana 1. Banana 1 getting taken down there by CJ, and now we are left with 4 teams. There is still going to be the whole of Divine again up on this higher ground, and this looks a little bit familiar, if I do say so.
Oh yeah, it looks exactly like the same sort of scenario that we saw early on, where Arkangel Predator takes on the win in the very first round of Miramar, but now it might just be a little bit of a repeat of history if CJ can perform once again. Namsi is on the forefront while Turtle is inside of that shack. CJ 18 has already stocked up 2 kills throughout the past 26 minutes.
Yeah, so if they can roll up this flank, take out Divine, they're going to be in great spot. But OG Philip is going to get taken down by IQ 500, and it looks like they should be able to get the res off. But now the circle is in no man's land, as Arkangel, after changing their area of focus, they have got Namsi that they have to try and deal with. But they are very much focused on trying to take this fight. Creatory now finally having to have some kind of incentive here. He has to push into Miraculum, but Mad Dog getting some nice shots there. Namsi going down, but all on the other side, Creatory is going to take down Momonji.
Oh, he spots out Levi's as well, going to connect a couple of shots, and he knows that there's somebody inside the shack. They cannot fully commit while they're going to buy a little bit of time. That's Burning will be shot down there by Creatory. Well, this is definitely a time for them to actually make a move. Look at how they were dashing away. Turtle gets spotted out as well, so it's time for them to find a way to finish off Levi's while he does have to smoke, but Mad Dog goes down!
And right now, the flanking shots coming out here from Miraculum is going to be devastating, but there's still 2 players left up here for Arkangel. But this is holding them in their tracks from trying to deal with the rest of Divine, and that's given time here for Turtle to try and back them up. They managed to get all 3 players back up alive, but Miraculum is seemingly against the ropes here, as the 3 remaining Creatory players are really trying to put a lot of pressure onto them. They're not letting them get out from the ditch here, and the blue zone is doing the work for them.
Wow, 3 versus 2. Well, this is definitely going to be pretty much a challenge here for the side of Miraculum Gaming. And now they're dealing against the zone as well, as they get desolated in mind. This is definitely going to be quite a run for them, as they manage to clinch 4th place finish. But Arkangel Predator, they did not fully commit over the side of Divine Esports, and speaking of which, Namsi will be saved in time, but for how long can they actually hold on?
With the disappearance of Miraculum here, this is the great spot now for Creatory to come and whack the members from Divine Esports. Divine Esports is tossing up the nades. They need to try and alleviate some of this pressure from the Filipino squad, as currently they're still not peeking over. They are exercising extreme patience right now, but this is giving time for Creatory to come out with the monstrous flank.
Oh, this might just be it. Mad Dog is actually at the most optimal place as they spot out Creatory from the back as well. They're sending one member from the side, and who knows what could actually come out of this. As CJ, he gets some damage done, and he gets one in return. While they are just turtling for now, they know that this is gonna zoom all the way in, so they have to play this out very, very patiently.
Yeah, and right now with Divine on the other side there, they're gonna get shot if they peek up over the top by Creatory. So Arkangel is trying to keep Creatory in check, but it looks like Rip here is gonna get taken down by Turtle, stolen by Mad Dog, and now it does look like Mad Dog and company are going to have to start moving very soon here. They have got all the static cover that they can take with the Fergus. Is all the way on the other side here, and already CJ knows that he has to take him out very quickly. Kalps is going to be able to finish off IQ 500 here. Fergus going down as well, and it looks like it's going to be Arkangel at the death here. Oh no, it's actually Divine. Sorry, the kill feed absolutely making that a confusing end right there, but coming out with it right at the death.
Oh my goodness me. They just got their win stolen away, and they were so fixated onto chasing members of Creatory, they thought that, hey, it's just one whole squad being left out. But they kind of have this sort of miscalculation. They absolutely negated the fact that Divine Esports was right at the corner of that sort of a ledge. And, well, I would still say that this is definitely that sort of perfect game coming from Arkangel. If only they could seal in those finishing touches. But yet again, we need to look at the highlights here. Look at Imkut here with that long range shot from above.
Yeah, I really got to see how that finish played out right there, but that was crazy at the end there. But then we did see Purple Moon not having a lot of luck. They were actually duking it out with their fellow Thai team, Buriram United Esports, and yeah, we did see Four Horsemen also duking out with Game Home in these early stages.
Yeah, and of course, Game Home managed to actually clinch a couple of clean kills initially, but we also see that QC has made a couple of mistakes, I would say, crashing into its compounds where they should not even consider visiting, and Zwit, of course, gets cornered up, and this is where he tries to pump in the first aid kit at pretty desperate times.
Yeah, you have to try and do what you can in these kind of moments here, and this is where Phoenix Gaming here really trying to press RCM. RCM managed to delay them expertly here, the nade working out perfectly for 69 as he came to RCM's aid right there, and they were able to stop the Vietnamese squad in their tracks and not able to get anything from this.
This is so beautifully done there from the members of Angel Alliance, but it's pretty unfortunate for them that DIC came through the top side of the kill into its water treatment after hearing all those gunshots, and they definitely took advantage. This is where Smell, of course, wants to actually seal the kill, and for some reason, they know RCM is right down below, and that's killing 3 birds with one throw.
Yeah, exactly. So Smell doing the work there, and yeah, I think like right towards the end, it was absolutely crazy, that 3-way fight, you know. So of course Creatory did manage to take down Miraculum Gaming, and they were at loggerheads for quite some time until of course a slightly better position for Creatory was going to always force out the Filipino team from that little bit of a ledge there, and of course with that 3-way fight there, it was really awkward. And yeah, as you said, Arkangel completely focusing on maybe some of the really further members from Creatory, allowing the space there for the Divine players to work.
Yeah, and for some reason, Divine Esports kind of survived through it all, due to the fact that some of all these players, of course, they were actually focusing their guns towards the side of Arkangel instead, and they were kind of duking it all out, while, of course, Divine eventually sits by and watch and just tries to actually go in for that home run by the end.
Yeah, I mean, there was an overall good play there coming out from Arkangel. I think Arkangel and Divine Esports, they look very different today. You know, they managed to really go back to the drawing board and think of how they want to try and proceed in a very methodical and standard way. And they are able to live up to some of the expectations that we probably had of them yesterday. But yeah, we know that it is 18 rounds. round, so they teams do have the chance to go back and really think of like how they want to try and address things here. So of course Arkangel did take the win in the previous round, but now it is going to be Divine going to get one up over their rivals.
That's right, and of course we see a little bit of that replay on how they just detonated some of these members coming by the rest of the water taking, and DIC gets some really great 6 kills advantage by the end of that. And this is where things get really interesting, because Divine, we talk about them pushing in from the south side, not really an easy task, but somehow made it through after having Golden Cat being wiped away. And this is where things get even more interesting, because they were actually, of course, some say the underdogs in this sort of matchup, but they wiped away Golden Cat before they bow out themselves.
Yeah, Golden Cat took out Victim, and then they in turn fell victim themselves to Miramar. So Miramar is going to finish them off, but then yeah, they didn't last much longer as well, as they still had to face the brunt of Divine Esports. But yeah, it's a nice job coming out here. Golden Cat trying to do what they can to try and maintain their spot at the top of the leaderboard, but it was always going to be very difficult when you have so much of this kind of quality going to be surrounding them on the map.
Yeah, and by the time that it was over, there was still Divine to actually face off against, and they've already known for a fact that there is too many shots coming from that edge. And Miramar, yet again, we see Toei2 actually gets quite a lot from that, but once again, CJ, look at this play. Spots out Smell right here, gets that free kill, I would say, and eventually point a gun at Miraculum, gets one knock too.
Yeah, I have to feel sorry for Smell. He was holding that position for so long there, but Subban getting caught out there by the frag grenade, and Day Trade was gonna get quite a bit of work done there. And yeah, of course, this is a little bit of a stalemate for the longest part here. Now, they did have the advantage in the early fight against Vietnam Series, but they couldn't go over the top. They were going to be too exposed to Creatory to really stay batten down the hatches, but that was going to be for Creatory to try and finish off the rest of the miraculous gaming players before they came up over the top.
Look at how Turtle actually takes him down, and eventually from the back they know that they need to actually force a way to actually flush out the rest of the members of Arkangel. But even Arkangel, look at how they were actually so caught up, and Creatory of course already get a couple of knocks. All Divine had to do was just finish the very last man of Arkangel to secure this win.
Yeah, the timing coming out there from Divine was perfect. Popping the smokes, make sure that they don't have to fight 2 flanks at the same time. They were going to take, and Creatory actually was also trying to bite off a little bit more than they can chew. They were trying to shoot both Arkangel, and they only had Rip, who had to try and focus on Divine, but he was taken out first straight away. So Divine had the flexibility then work on the rest of Arkangel. And that is going to conclude match number 8, ladies and gentlemen, and our second match for today. After this, we will be looking to see how our Sanhok segment is going to be looking, and see whether or not these powerhouses can continue their resurgence here on day number 2. So we'll be back after a few minutes. You've been listening to Qontra and Play of the J. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back here to the PUBG Southeast Asia Super Cup 2020. I'm Play the J. Qontra is my co-caster for this weekend, and we're continuing to bring you more heart-stopping action here for PUBG.
And of course, we've already seen some really high-octane pace of match inside of the two Miramar rounds that have just happened. And mind you, even Golden Cat and Faltered pretty much early on, they still get those high kill volumes to get themselves where they need to be. 61 points. Arkangel Predator now securing number 2. And that means Buriram United is not further down and towards third place. And even Miraculum Gaming is sharing the same points. Oh, looks to me, this is definitely some high competition going on in the top 1 position all the way to 11th place.
There is 7 points between Divine Esports now in 6th position with the 54 points, and they did get the second chicken dinner just of the tournament so far, and the first team to do so in that last round. But of course, Arkangel did come in second, and that's going to even propel them even further up to that second placing here. So both of these powerhouses seemingly have listened to maybe some of the advice given to them by their coaches or their support staff, and they have really come out guns blazing here. And it doesn't matter for Arkangel that they've already qualified. They are very hungry for this one. Teddy was doing the work here for Victim. Unfortunately, they couldn't get out of the rut that they were in that round, and he has 17 kills. Momonji still in second with 16, and Noradra here is going to be having the 13, and Maxonus as well. I think they've been stuck on 13 for a little bit.
Yeah, for quite some time, as we do see maybe one additional kill somewhere in between, but we're about to head in towards our next sort of reaction inside of Sanhok, where they really got to get down and dirty to this because rotation's got to be quick. And in terms of how they really got to move around, they really got to plot their way through because there's going to be so many lurker buys by the corners of those sort of hills as well. So definitely going to be pretty much interesting as we'll be taking flight pretty soon.
Yeah, so we're going to be moving on to Sanhok now for match number 9. So it's going to be a little bit interesting one here. But yeah, Divine Esports having 18 kills. I'm not sure if this is well, I think it's for today, right?
Yep, that's right. And speaking of the leaderboard day by day, this is going to be how it's going to be resulting at. And Arkangel Predator this time around is not too far behind, 15 kills. And we've seen them done pretty well inside of some of all these Sanhok matches. And Teddy, of course, still holding that top position in terms of kills. And we'll see how Victim will be able to play this one out. And I do think that there has been quite a momentum in the hands of Divine for 2 games straight, and they might be able to bring the pain once again. And we're about to take this game pretty soon, and we'll wonder how this one will possibly end up. And no matter how you take this flight, most often than not, it will still have every single access to the city within reach.
Yeah, exactly. But as we always talk about Sanhok, it is going to be imperative to get the pace going in terms of rotation very early. Otherwise, you're going to really get caught out. You don't have much options in the way of vehicles as you do other ones, just because it's so difficult to navigate safely. But we're going to be seeing quite a decent spread of the teams right now. And, given the size of the map, it is very possible to do a lot of this kind of long jumping. And in round number 8, actually, we did see not very high number of kills by any single one team. It's a very even spread. Even the winners, Divine, they only had 7 kills in that round, but yeah, they had 18 on the day, so they're definitely looking pretty hot.
Yeah, and speaking of which, this is going to be that circle once again covering about, well, I could dare say 50% of water because it includes the river, and well, this is going to be another fun ride. Well, I'm pretty sure that teams like DIC will be pretty happy about this.
Yeah, this is like match number 3 yesterday, and yeah, a lot of the teams are just going to be really cursing their luck right now, but it is going to be DIC having Hotin all to themselves, and Miraculum Gaming going to be fancying their chances as, yeah, they did win 1 round on Sanhok, and it was, I think, in a very similar circle position. I think it was match number 3, yes, and that's when they managed to get 14 kills as well to boot. So I think 14 kills is pretty much the highest kill total we've seen in a single round.
Yes, indeed, and that's definitely record high that might just be beaten by some teams, as we still have quite a number of runs for today, 4 more maps, including this one. to conclude before we head into its day number 3. So far, Angel Alliance has been pretty okay. It seems to me that those sort of rounds in Miramar didn't seem to be pretty easy for them in any sort of way. But you know, Ruins have so much of those sort of stash, and there's a direct access with those bridges being prepared for them to cut in towards the Alpha Island.
Yeah, so of course now it's going to be already the point in time that some teams already just need to start moving. Yumcut already going to get the first kill of the game here, as Toyox here is going to get taken out from Merlin Moore. So Merlin Moore pegged down in the early stages of the game here. And honestly, with the kind of clock that you're on, the pacing, they really have to move fast. And it looks like the refrag is straight away here onto Yumcut, as Casey How Much is going to be getting one back here from Merlin Moore.
Wow, a little bit of a back and forth trade. I wish we could actually see what's exactly going on that corner of the map. But of course, fixating our eyes onto one of the best performers of today, CJ18 of Arkangel Predator.
Yeah, it does look like Victim here is going to go for more swimming or water-based rotations here on foot, as it did work out for them on Erangel in match number 5 yesterday. And so they're going to continue doing that, try and rotate nice and early, but it looks as though that RDK Boss here is going to be using the jet ski to the fullest effect. And I think in the sim, we've seen the same rotation here from Angel Alliance in match number 3 as well. They did go for a 2-2 split though, 2 of them going also on a jet ski all the way around, but it looks like they're very comfortable taking this island or this bridge approach.
Yeah, they just botched off in less than 2 minutes of looting up, and now they could easily say that, hey, I can take this sort of the hills before anyone actually cuts me off. So they were confident enough to just go by foot, even if they have any sort of the Ronnie lying around. They would have done that by any chance, but of course, they just want to stay pretty much safely. Well, if they go deeper inside the camp, though, they might just meet another Philippines counterpart in the form of Miracle Gaming.
Yeah, and of course they did meet up in that match 3, and quite in dramatic fashion as well, where we did see Angel Alliance fall down to OG Philip and Hetchibert right at that final moment. So that will be something that maybe Angel Alliance could really get even more revenge here, but we'll see whether that's going to happen. We're already seeing Phoenix Gaming here going for a very long water-based rotation. Killa is actually also doing something similar here for Arkangel, but they are currently all the way here on the second smallest island, as really they have quite a bit of distance here. And Killa is going to be the only player here. They want to try and hedge their bets ever so much.
Oh my, it seems to me that Arkangel Predator are separating their ways, as we see a little bit of that sort of movements from across, and I think they know Fergus is right inside, and there's actually 2 members of Creatory inside of that hut.
As it looks like DIC off screen here have knocked down 3 straight members here from Cerberus, but looks like the 4th player, Bad Guy, is going to go down as well, and straight away DIC is going to be having a very nice start here to match number 9. So there's 4 points on the board, and we're down with our first team.
Yeah, and Cerberus didn't really get anything out of that, so that's definitely a big bummer for them. But Arkangel Predator, they're not really too concerned about, you know, the first phase hitting them all too much. And speaking of that, some of these players of Criteria is getting stuck by the edge of the docks, and even the boat has been smoked up, so they can't really use that to their advantage. But Arkangel Predator, they know that they will have themselves damaged psychologically, so they could just leave this sort of situation to just get by. And Arkangel definitely would be using some of these bikes to get in towards phase number 1.
Now, we do talk about vehicles being very risky approach here for rotation, but what Arkangel is doing is they're moving with the cover of the blue zone here, so less likely to have people in front of them. Just because most of the rotations are on foot, it means that generally speaking you have to be inside the zone already and not in the blue to actually be a little bit more on the successful side. But now we're seeing that Angel Alliance here is going to be firmly into that northwestern island here, and really going to be moving along the coast here. Going to be the path less traveled, in fact, and not likely going to be running into many teams.
Yeah, and I think that they definitely take a really great way to actually move across the map without any sort of commotion at all. But as for Game Home here, they have already take a pretty interesting place with Namsi of Divine Esports actually running by into the same village for some reason, and they might just actually commit to this full-blown fight here, as there will be shots being covered up, and well, Hunting is getting even more crowded with DIC, of course, having so many visitors with Day Trade coming in.
And Divine Esports duking out with Game Home. They're trading blows right now, and Game Home is going to have more players on the ground, I do believe, as now Nikki is trying to spot out more of the team members. He's trying to get his teammate up, as currently is going to be Westneys trying to see if he can get another trade here going. There are 2 players still up here, and it looks like Westneys is going to take down Namsi. He has to take down one more, otherwise the res is going to come off, but it looks like Nikki is going to triumph in that battle.
Well, Nikki definitely gets some advantages through, as Teddy getting so much pressure coming through, and the victim members got to run away from some of the nades being primed in towards their houses. And well, members of Victim Esports have been meeting way too much with Buriram, and even Cooking from top side of the hill will be able to pick up Kanaxi, which will halt the members of BRU for now.
Merlin Moore putting the pressure from the high ground here, and really not making it easy for Buriram United to try and get out of the spot. Currently, the frag grenades are coming out. It's going to be a little bit too far away to really have such an impact, but Teddy is not going to be deterred. He has, well, actually now he has no more frag grenades for his trouble, but looks like Casey how much can reach Buriram United, and it looks like Noradra here is going to go down. Gonaxi is going down in turn from Nikki. This pressure from top of the hill here from Merlin Moore is doing some serious work.
Now Teddy as well, they've been holding on towards this fort for the longest of time, and they just have to wait it all out. Noradra will not be safe at all by Buriram United, as they know that this is definitely a death trap waiting out for them. And well, Qontra has to just play really cool, while the rest of the members of PNG is getting into some action inside of Hatin as well.
Yeah, it looks as though that Phoenix finally have made ground here, all the way from that boat ride that we did see them take all the way to the northern side. We'll have to see how that shapes up a little bit later on. But Arkangel have finally made it here into Camp Alpha, and we're going to have to see the 2 Angel teams duke it out here for a battle of supremacy. But currently, CJ is going all the way around the side here. He's trying to get whatever information that he can. They have to know whether or not is there just players here, and it looks like Calves is going to get taken down by Nan as the opening pick in this fight.
Well, he's getting knocked out, and Killa is definitely getting himself covered up. That cover fire is going to be doing pretty well, but Nan will still secure the kill against Calps. One great nade might just actually connect. Lobs it perfectly, but it will only damage Nan to really low health. Killa now just hugging by the edge, and there will be hemorrhage coming in from the other side as well.
He gets that monstrous flank right there, but CJ did knock down RCM. Not enough to get the kill, though. And now 69 is moving to try and assist a team member. But Arkangel Predator already taking that 50% losses right there. It's not going to work out for them. Mad Dog really far away. He can't really help out CJ. They are in a little bit of a pickle, as RCM most likely should be able to be smoked out here, and get the rest will be successful from our Angel Alliance.
Well, Archangel Alliance have some really interesting rotations, splitting themselves into 2, while Just Moments get sniped by that QBU coming in from the side of 7-4 L1.
And right now, it is actually a little bit difficult for Purple Moo to try and get onto this island here. Honboya trying to assist his teammates, but it's going to be difficult. The whole of DIC is in the way here. Shippy is going to take down one, not before he's refragged, and looks like it's going to be them against the ropes here. They only have that single squad member left alive, and he is taken out. Honboya is going to be finished off by Anquan.
Anquan now going in, and it's going to be Teddy actually lining up the shots from his SKS, and Kush is in trouble once again. Will they actually get by? And yes, they will. And Victim, of course, staying pretty strongly, and they don't really have to move also quickly because they are still within the zone. But as for AA, they need to actually get through from Camp Alpha, and this is definitely going to be our Angel Predator getting them on a lockdown. Look at Mad Dog. They are from the top side of the opposite hill, and they have no clue at all.
Yeah, this could be a little bit dangerous for them if they decide to move out. CJ, though, does stand a risk here of losing out in this battle, but once they spot out where Mad Dog is, they might actually want to decide to pop a little bit of utility. Now, they did get some from the 2 players there from Arkangel that they did manage to eliminate already. 69 has already made it to the other side of the road, albeit a little bit further down. But there is going to be Divine from the higher ground that Angel Alliance has to be a little bit careful of, but they might have their hands full at the moment. There is going to be the QC4 Horsemen that they have to be a little bit more mindful of.
Yeah, QC4 Horseman has been playing it really safely, and now a couple of taps coming in from the side of Mad Dog, connecting towards the side of 69. RCM providing a little bit of cover, but he's still not too sure where it's coming from. Some of these shots might just be suppressed, while CJ18 is getting himself prepared. Now, it's just trying to actually look out on towards which direction those shots are coming from. As for Angel Alliance, they know somebody is just by the edge. All they have to do is play it really, really safely, and they cannot afford to slip up because QC is just waiting to take them down from above.
Yeah, CJ is going to fancy his chances here, despite the fact that there are two members here from Angel Alliance. 69 is going to be pressing the issue, but they are going to be knowing that there is going to be presence here. So it's just how they want to approach it, how much utility they want to use. Currently, 69 doesn't have a lot of utility to try and use. They're trying to get some good angles, but CJ is not peeking. He's not giving them much to work with here, as they're really relying on that little bit of mistake. But CJ is starting to get some more angles here. RCM is going to be using whatever nades that he does have available to try and make this a little bit more successful.
Now that nade's coming in towards the compound and they know that somebody's inside, it does take a little bit of that sort of a detonation by the edge, but it won't do anyone a favor. And 69 is right now taken out by the side of CJ. He tries to secure the kill, but here comes another member coming right in as RCM will be able to actually shut down CJ18.
CJ not able to take down the second player. He tried to thirst out that player that he managed to down, but it wasn't going to work out, and he wasn't able to reload in time. So Mad Dog is going to be the sole surviving member here. But now it does look like the members here from Angel Alliance are facing the pressure from Divine, as they are going to be able to take down two players straight away after they were not going to have such a great time getting in on that action.
Where did they even come from? We didn't really suspected that Divine would actually come charging in, as Victim now gets one great tap over on the opposing members of Day Trade. Now, Day Trade, of course, having a little bit of problem cutting by. They just need to actually make sure that Hatif is within reach. Though they did see quite a number of all these tuk-tuks lying around, and Victim definitely would not jump right in towards that wagon, while Hammerich as well as Nan, they have learned their lesson, and now they will find their own way to get in towards phase 5.
Yeah, they are clearing house, but I thought Divine would still be fighting with QC4 Horsemen, but I guess that is not the case here. Miraculum is going to be inside the zone and inside Mad Dog's way of getting in there, but now Nan and Heimerich here is taking a lot of pressure. The blue zone damage is difficult here from Nan. I don't think that he's going to be able to do anything about it, and unfortunately the timing on the heal there not going to be working out. Heimerich is going to have to leave him for dead, as now we're seeing Divine also resorting to using the vehicle. They have also got a little bit of distance to worry about. They have to get around this hill.
Well, and even Nikki is getting left out in the open, and Namsi's not even giving him a hitch of a ride. I'm not too sure whether if they will make it, but Hammer says, I'm just booking it all the way, and he doesn't care who else is coming at him. He's only got 39 HP though. If he gets shot out, this could be pretty hard for the side of Angel Alliance, but he has just arrived to the scene, and boom! There goes the Caster's Curse, Angel Alliance at 12.
Oh, that's a nice welcome package there coming out from Tony, as that is it for Angel Alliance. And now it does look like we're going to have Miraculum Gaming controlling this western side. DIC is controlling Hatin itself, as we're seeing more coming down. The members here from Buriram here are trying to do the work, but they are all taking damage in the blue. Everyone from the high ground is going to be shot at from long range right now, as we're going to see 4 horsemen facing off against Creatory. They are getting the better of this exchange, but they are not in a great position themselves, as Merlin Moore, is also going to get taken out.
Wow, for some reason, Teddy has such sharp eyes to actually spot everyone from the top side of the hill, and now they definitely will be having so much to work with, as they are currently inside that sort of circle. And well, all Victim has to do is just cut by the back door of Hatif, and that will be pretty much it. Well, Mad Dog still will be surviving it for Arkangel Predator, as QC4 Horsemen has been crashed out of the game, and well, Not too sure what just actually ended up.
No, I think they just couldn't rotate fast enough inside the zone. They all got taken out, and not a lot of avenues to come down from that high ground. But now Divine is here on this western side, but it looks like they spot out Mad Dog. He can't seem to catch a break. He popped up the one place, and he instantly got spotted. But now Tony is going to take down Rip, as Fergus is going to get trade one back here onto Golden Cat. But now Victim has got all 4 players. They need to move through Hatin right now. But it's day trade going big here on the Golden Cat, taking down 2 of their players.
Oh my goodness me, Predator doesn't really seem to have much of a choice. They're getting swollen up, and he's just going to be able to actually get some shots through from the side of Burning. And there goes IQ 500 already down and out. And this is 5 kills in the hands of Tony.
Yeah, not looking well for Creatory. I think they're going to be going out momentarily, but now it does look like Miraculum Gaming is going to be having that very central position here. Now, Mad Dog is still going to be able to have a say here, but Divine looking pretty as well on that western side. They do have a little bit of high ground to work with, but there's just not a lot of cover with this kind of circle, and it looks like Fergus finally going to get taken out there by Joeman.
Well, of course, Tony's going to be getting that headshot towards the side of Puchios as well. They trade playing from the edge of it. All of this is going to be really tough for them to actually get past the members of DIC as we speak of it. 74 L1 dropping some nades in towards the entry point, and Joeman is forced to be halted and towards the back. Oh my goodness! 74 L1 once more detonates Joeman.
Yeah, that was a nice nade going up over the top of the wall right there. Now Banana 1 is going to be the last remaining player from Day Trade. He's trying to get up his teammate, but this is going to be dicey. I don't think there's enough time, but DIC is leaving nothing to chance. They are looking to push this as they are going to try and see if they can finish off the Thai squad. There's going to be the res, which is actually successful here, but they are like all watching along the same wall.
Oh, there we go. Some sprays coming out, and they are trying to take Joeman for the second time coming, but they will be able to find Banana 1. So down to 1 they go as Joeman, eliminates Tony!
Yeah, that's a little bit ambitious there from Tony. He takes on 1, but can't get the second, and as a result, even though they could have been very controlled there by DIC, they lose a player. And Joeman takes down another. Unquad is also going down here. So it's going horribly wrong here for what should have been a very routine clear out.
DIC Gaming lose way more than they should. And Burning, all he has to do is go on the Overwatch, and DIC Gaming has been shut off by Joeman. And this is the 1 versus 3 that we talked about. And yet again, we're just watching it burn.
Joeman with the plays. And mind you, he got res there by Banana 1. He was the player that got taken down by the frag grenade, and he managed to repay the favor there in spades and getting net 2 kills there. Looks like Golden Cat here finally going to get taken out. Maxonus is taken down by Philip, as now Miraculum Gaming starting to exercise their influence on this round as Divine being forced to move out from their high ground cover.
Well, as for Arkangel Predator, all they have to do is spray and pray, as it's only down to Mad Dog. They've been on the hunt, and this is going to be a big bang coming in from Nancy. And now, this is your top 4. We have Divine Esports, Miraculum, and right behind them, we have Day Trade, Joeman there, who have already made a clutch. And if this is going to be a win for him, I don't know what to say, because that circle's smack near towards his favor.
Mad Dog hardly moved from that nade. The moment he saw it coming through the window, yep, that's it. But it looks like Levi is going to get taken down by Burning, as he's going to be trying to repel this attack coming in from the super hot Vietnamese squad. They are looking to turn up the pressure on the competition today, as they've had 2 strong rounds, but they are now facing a little bit of a problem in the form of Miraculum Gaming.
Burning. Oh, Burning. He is definitely getting pinned down there by Nikki. Well, rest of members of Divine Esports already on a streak from the past 2 games, and this is definitely going to be a really great run for them as well. Victim Esports somehow no kills at all. Very unlikely of them, but they managed to find their very first one in the form of Nancy.
And this is going to be dicey here, as now Turtle is trying to find whatever cover he can, but now Victim looks like they're in a great position. They have 4 players remaining, and Miraculum Gaming and Divine trying to take each other out. This is perfect here. RDK Boss is going to take down 1, and now he's looking for more here as Victor is rolling up the flank. Man is looking to try and snipe out more with M24, but the circle is going to be right in between all of these squads.
Well, definitely a lot of time to be bought out, but Momanji already getting spots out. And oh my, Hatchiper definitely have way too much of that sort of the protection coming. Oh no!
Turtle with the frag grenade! They were all hiding in the same spot, and he lived up to his namesake, and he managed to pull one out from the top drawer. So now it's Turtle from Divine as the sole surviving member. He has to stand up against all of these victim members, but what a nade!
What a nade indeed, and they did not know that this would just crush their hopes and dreams of getting this chicken dinner. But now, Victim on the hunt, looking for Turtle, but the Turtle has nowhere to hide, which means Doman will need to pull off another upset here. But now, they've already fought him out. Oh, Teddy goes down! Teddy goes down! Only 2 more left, so Joman, they've already fought an upset, and this will be it. Mon will secure the chicken dinner for Victim Esports.
Victim finally getting their second win after so long. They've been having some great performances, and now it looks as though today everyone is getting their second chicken dinners. We've seen Divine, and now we've finally seen Victim as well get on the board. And for the most part, I did forget about Joman for a second there. It did very much look like it was that 3-way fight, and Divine was looking out with it, you know, in that battle with Miraculum. But that one nade coming out from Turtle was enough to settle the score.
That's $1 million nade right there, and my, this is definitely something that Miraculum did not even know that would happen. They thought that, hey, Victim should have already ran out of nades by this point in time, but they kept those nades all the way for phase number 9 to happen. And well, I was just mentioning about them being all clumped up together, and that definitely was quite the stunner for them. And wow, I just was left speechless.
I was really happy we had that nice aerial camera of them, and of course this is the 16 teams that we have playing today, and really representing the best of what we have here from Southeast Asia. And we've been having some amazing games over the course of yesterday and today. I hope that everyone at home is enjoying the same here. So we'll be bringing to you another 3 rounds today as well. We're only halfway there, and of course we still have the final day coming up tomorrow.
That's right, and of course we've already seen so much of that sort of the highlights of that sort of game, and well, that itself was the play of the day.
Oh, absolutely. And I think it's absolutely crazy seeing the amount of chaos that we had. We had a fantastic circle, I dare say, and we saw so many teams. Again, everyone likes to go for that high ground. It really does offer a lot of advantages, but yeah, they did actually move quite violently towards the northern side and constantly reducing the amount of playable area, even more so than your traditional circle shifts. But let's see, how did all of this transpire in the highlights?
Yeah, and of course, Merlin Moore have got themselves that sort of a first blood of the game, and also finds Yemcut as well. And this is where Cerberus was actually committed to DIC, where they were here from the get-go. So both of these sort of Vietnamese players are actually going head-to-head, and that was one big detonation as well, where they have to actually hunt out Bad Guy to secure the really early squad wipe, and this definitely pulled them in towards neither positions.
Yeah, DIC has some good squad fights here, but yeah, Divine was going to be duking out with Game Hope, as the fellow competitor team is going to be trying to strut their stuff. Westney's here is trying to do an awful lot, but he wasn't going to be able to do it or see all the kills. He did take down Numsy, but that was only going to result in a trade coming right back at him.
Yeah, and this is where Smell actually gets a little bit of pick up over members of Phoenix, and this is pretty much interesting to me because Phoenix here the really late approach, and yet again they still get punished, and I'm not too sure. And even for this, Smell actually get one nade being lobbed right in, and that was perfect timing for the side of PNG.
Yeah, and then Phoenix just tried to do it against DIC, but it wasn't really going to be working out so well, as DIC looking on fire today in these team fights. And DIC though did also manage to take it again to Purple Mood, who's really not been having a great day too. They've tried to make this transition over, and it hasn't really been working out all the way out. So trying to get in the last moment, but getting annihilated.
Yeah, and DIC had the greatest of games, I must say, especially when he actually get that perfect peek through all of these kills. And we see Tony, of course, going in blow after blow after blow with the SLR to secure kills.
Yeah, they had 13 kills at that point in time, and Yeah, I can't blame them for being maybe a little bit more adventurous, trying to take the fight to day trade, as we will see later on.
Yeah, and of course,
16 kills!
16, like, you don't need the chicken dinner at this point.
Yeah, look at them really taking down all the players here. It took down Twist, but it looks as though that Joeman, as we will see here, will be getting the final lap, even though he got this naded big time here by 74L1.
And I would say that Joeman is definitely the bane and the cost of what these members of DIC was at. Look at how Banana One got caught out, and they expected, oh, okay, look at this. Joeman, 1 HP, and
1 HP!
Yeah, and he managed to actually flick it to the back. He gets the second guy, and it's only down to Anquan. Tries to actually go in for the rest, and even Tony gets caught out as well. Okay, this was the replay that we saw, and now, look, it just baffles me. Like, how did they slip up so far?
Yeah, Anquan also trying to go in here with action. Again, more damage being dealt. And I don't know how he managed to do that. Joeman also taking down Anquan. There was going to be 74 L1. He actually rotated all the way around the other side here. Also exposing himself in the same way.
Inhuman. It's just inhuman.
Joeman was having a ball there. But yeah, I mean, of course, DIC did have 16 kills at that point in time. I would try and go for the kills there. And this is the nade where Mad Dog just couldn't do anything about it.
Imagine if they had that 2 kills secured, they might even get that chicken dinner. And Divine Esports right here, of course, running through and try to actually secure some of all these kills against members of Divine. But this is where things get really interesting. Divine, with that lop of the nade, just team-wiped Miraculum Gaming, and well, Victim, they have been playing so quiet, and it was time for them to unveil themselves, and they took down Turtle, and of course, Dolman to finish off the entirety of this matchup. And wow, I wish I could just save this entirety of the game, and this will go down as one of the best games in the SEA Super Cup.
Yeah, I think this is definitely my favorite so far. Seen so much incredible action there, and yeah, we saw 7 kills from Day Trade there right at the end, 11 kills for Divine, 16 by DIC. Well, it is happening all over the board, and it is gonna again shake things up at the top of the standings, and can't wait to see how the results are going to be tabulated. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking a short break, and when we return, we'll have our second round of Sanhok for the evening. You've been listening to Qontra and Play of the J.
welcome back to the PUBG SEA Super Cup. My name is Qontra, and of course, we always have Player of the Day alongside with me here, bringing you all the matchups for the entirety of the weekend. And we've just witnessed one of the best matches of Sanhok that has ever been played out so far.
Yeah, that was absolutely fantastic round, and yeah, looking at how the leaderboard looks like after that, Divine climbs into that top spot with 70 points, 1 point ahead of DIC, and they had a monstrous game with 18 kills. Even despite falling down to 7th in terms of placing, that's enough to hold them all the way at the pinnacle. Victim, despite getting the chicken dinner, is still going to be trailing, but only by 1 point. There's only 2 points separating these three teams.
Oh my goodness me, even Golden Cat is chasing in, and of course, DIC must be knocking their heads right now because they have dropped their lives to, of course, that really big play coming from the side of Lumen.
Yeah, Jolman really came up big time for Day Trade, but yeah, Golden Cat is going to be in 4th, tied together with Day Trade. Miraculum and Arkangel both at near the top as well earlier on. Now they're slowly slipping down, but anyways, it's still like 9-point game between them and Divine, so I wouldn't really worry if you're a fan of either of the teams there. And Buriram United, they started today in that top spot, but now things have really turned on its head. Teddy is still going to be at the top here with 17, but now it is Smell. He's been fragging out for DIC today. He's been on point, and now he's tying with Teddy as Momoji falling down as he only has 60 only, and then Tony is now in the standings as well. DIC really weighing in on that on the fragging record in one day.
Wow, and I even say in one monstrous game as well, because we saw some great, huge names to actually take out the likes of Cerberus Gaming, and even more to come, I would believe. And we've seen like some really great shift. It used to be somewhat of a Indonesian and Thai dominated day for a while, and suddenly there was that huge swing in favor of Divine, DIC, and even Golden Cat is still somewhere within reach, of course, but you know, the chase is on and everyone is just putting the pedal to the metal.
Absolutely. Everyone wants to get that top spot, and Divine looks like the hungriest so far. They've had 3 very consistent rounds, I have to say. Yeah, pulling out 11 kills and 3rd placing in the previous round, definitely working out well for them. And the first team actually to get 2 chicken dinners. Now, let's see whether or not they can continue to maintain the pace. There are still going to be 9 rounds to be played, as we did see that despite they did get the very first chicken dinner yesterday, they weren't able to keep up the pace. They did pretty much only got like 1 point max from each of the subsequent 5 rounds. But anything can happen, and we're seeing so many teams rising up to the plate here. Now, next round will be the final round of Sanhok. But again, even if it's a normal circle, it's still one which is very difficult to predict in terms of who is going to be able to come out on top.
That's right, and now that we're going into the second round, Sanhok, there was some pretty insane sort of the momentum shift that just happened, and now that sort of circle, once again, we got to highlight this. 2 times yesterday, we've seen some crazy rounds inside of Alpha Island, so this is the 3rd time that we've already seen this, so hopefully it might just shift somewhere else, or you know, just to change things up a little bit.
Maybe just a little bit here, but I guess like these players are not going to be phased anymore, depending on where it is, or no matter where it is going to be. So now it's very much going to be playing the mind games here with these other teams. You know, do we try and take a lot of these early fights? I think we have seen very similar positioning here from some of the teams. But now, I mean, we talk about those teams which have been quite resurgent today. There have been some which have just really dropped off the map. Purple Moon, so consistent in getting decent results every single round. They've had 3 rounds where it's not worked out for them.
Oh yeah, and they kept bumping into some of these teams, especially on the Vietnamese side as well. And I guess they weren't really ready or prepared for that sort of a early skirmish that they sometimes don't get their hands dirty with until the later stages of the game. That's where they start to ramp up on those sort of kills. And day number 1. They were at 1 point somewhere near the leaderboard. Well, of course, we started off the day with them being at number 2 or so, and now nowhere to be seen in the top 8.
Yeah, exactly. And we'll see how things will be transpiring here. So again, Divine Esports now finally leading the pack once again after round 1 from yesterday. So 2 chicken dinners on the board. But now look at the kills. 50 kills here for DIC. I think that really tells a huge story. 46 for Golden Cat, another team that has been in the running here purely based on the fragging potential.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure that they have a lot more to show inside of this round and perhaps inside of Erangel as well. But, you know, we talked about Purple Mood. The chances of them to bounce back is definitely needing at least a win to get themselves back into that top 3 spot once more. But let's have another look into its kill rankings once more, as Victim LG 365 is currently still at the lead, with Teddy being the MVP, and of course Smell, Momanji, and Tony to make up the rest of it. But the tie between Teddy as well as Smell, who do you feel will actually pull things off better if they were to actually go on the 1v1?
Oh, well, Smell looks like he's really on point. I would have to put some money on him if I had the chance. But anything could change here, as Teddy, again, is having the steady flow of kills. It's not like, you know, he's having humongous blowout rounds all the time kind of thing. He's just being a lot more consistent in general. But Smell, very much on point for today's games.
Oh, yeah, and we're seeing Cerberus members actually locking horns against Day Trade. And even... there's gonna be God Meow that's actually lording around the corners of Resort, and he might just actually go on a one-on-one battle in that sort of sense, while the rest of Buriram, of course, will have the circle this time around. Well, I gotta say that I am pretty much happy with this, and as we see, Purple Moon likes to actually separate themselves into 2. Look at how they're actually playing. Boston somewhere in the middle of Lakawi, and over on the north side, they do take out some portion of the side of Camp Bravo, so they will have a lot of space to actually work with.
This is actually very similar to what happened yesterday in the second round of Sanhok. Purple Mood also getting the benefit of this circle positioning as well, which did swing from one side of the map to the other in the subsequent rounds. So let's see how these guys are going to be trying to duke it out. I mean, last time we did see Purple Moon actually did drop towards that northern side of the main island last time, and it didn't work out when they had those rotations with DIC. But now DIC is the one who has to go a little bit further in terms of the rotation. So it will be interesting to see whether or not they can have continue to have very successful team fights against all these other teams. They have been very aggressive, and yeah, 18 kills is the record so far in the PUBG Super Cup, you know, in terms of single round kills by a single team.
Yeah, and I think that especially for DIC last round, almost actually making records right there, until of course they were actually halted there by Bowman. Of course, Miraculum Gaming this time will have one of the hardest places to actually cut across, because they're from the one end to the other, and Sweet will be taken off for first blood right there.
Yeah, so it looks like BRU is going to be able to get their first point of this round, and after managing to take that pole position after yesterday's games, where they really started slowly and then they started growing into the competition, and starting actually on the second round last game, in the last play day, it hasn't really been working out. They have been sliding from that top spot. They haven't really been able to keep pace with the rest of these teams, and they have been managing to get a few kills, but just not a lot going for them.
Yeah, and I think that there's still going to be a lot of work for them to actually work on. Well, look at Angel Lions. They got to find their pacing once again, and especially when you have a lot of places to actually decide to move about. Are you going to cut into its boot camp? Are you going to cut through Charlie to get into that very first base? So it's a lot of questions for them, while Arkangel Predator, at least they could actually stay by the shore and be pretty much safe to get themselves in towards the corners of Lakawi.
Yeah, but we can already see that Arkangel very much going for these sooner rotations here, and as a result, they are actually taking this southern route. So they're not afraid of taking too many vehicles. They are going to actually just run the gauntlet a little bit, and I guess based on the positioning of the flight path, it's actually going to be a little bit less risky than we might normally perceive.
Yeah, and I gotta agree with that. It's definitely not too shabby for them. And looking at the current situation, the Vine, of course, they need to actually hold on to this lead, and today has been relatively the best day. If we look at it from every single game that they have played out so far, first place on that second round of Miramar, and start off the day with a solid second place finish, as well as 11 kills. And mind you, last round, another 11 kills as well. So if we add all these numbers all together, that's like what? More, about 30 kills so far.
Yeah, that is absolutely crazy. 29 kills here for Divine, and they're looking to continue it onwards here, but now it looks like Miraculum Gaming, now they really love their boat rotations. Of course, we know that it didn't work out well for them in round number 5 yesterday, as it was going to meet a fiery end for that particular idea. But they are going to go all the way around that northern side. But then again, whenever you have the strategy where you're going to be landing on the smallest island for your key drop location, this is going to be something you've tried and tested for all this time. And it's like what we were saying in the previous round, like what Arkangel was doing, where they weren't afraid of rotating through the blue with vehicles because they know that they have a little bit more of a comfort zone than normal.
And that's definitely the sort of flexibility that we are talking about, because phase 1, and let's be honest here, nobody's going to be killed off by the blue zone in phase 1 unless, you know, certain disconnections, or let's just say you're just way too bad at the game, which none of these guys were actually anywhere near bad at all. So Miraculum Gaming should have pretty much a smooth cruise, maybe up until Cal.
Yeah, exactly. And Miraculum Gaming, they're 9 points off, but they've been like very near to the top of the table for some time now, so they are looking to try and get back towards the summit right now. They do want to try and join their fellow countrymen, Arkangel, in fact, in going to Berlin as well, as I'm sure all these other teams are keeping that firmly in their sights.
And same goes to Victim right here, LG 365, still having Teddy as their top marksman of the day, of course. Things can easily change, but not for now, at the very least, because Teddy currently deals the most damage as well as the most kills of the entirety of the tournament.
Yeah, so now looking at things here, we're seeing that Victim here is going to be trading some long-range blows here, but those look like BRU is going to be taking down Phoenix, and Phoenix has kind of been languishing in these early games and really not having much luck in some of these fights. They're going to lose that player early on here, but now Miraculum Gaming is under that fire from Cerberus. They're all scattered along the coastline here, and now second phase here, very much going to center things around Camp Bravo and Ban.
Oh my, Ban's going to be having a lot of all these fire focus towards the members of Phoenix, while there's only bandages for him to actually apply on that moving boat, but we're seeing some bullets actually connecting, coming from members of Cerberus, and oh no, it's catching fire right now, and this looks pretty bad, and Hatchepert and Phillips will have to sink and swim.
Oh, they have to be asking, what did they do to deserve this? This is exactly what happened yesterday, but it was only one boat last time, and now the second boat is trying to get away. Look at Cerberus, they're all scattered along the coast here. They are the Coast Guard right now for Sanhok.
Oh my, more bullets actually hitting the boat, and of course, Mamanji is trying to drive as fast as he can, and oh no, there goes Mamanji sinking down and burning! Burns down with the boat, and Miraculum Gaming crashes out the game.
Yep, this is exactly round 5 yesterday, and that's a little bit unfortunate for them that the whole of Cerberus is waiting for them there. And yeah, we'll see how they can get back into the game here on Erangel. So a little bit unfortunate there. Now, 4 Horsemen, going to be a little bit further north here from Arkangel. They are going to be just hanging out on this southern side. Killa is going to be giving a little bit more vision and flexibility from this high ground, but currently he could easily get caught out. Game Home is going to be on the other side. There is also going to be a lot of vision available to them, as they are going to be moving out from the Lakawi position most likely.
Yeah, and speaking of positioning, it's really interesting to know that Game Home is actually taking 2 different points. They're taking the intersection of Lakawi, where maybe they could have had sent one guy up the hills, but of course it's still pretty much out in the open, so they don't really want to take that full-on risk for the time being, while Victim just hoping for some passerbys somewhere in between the corridors of Paradise Resort. But Victim's gonna be pretty much safe for now.
Yeah, they're going to actually be a little bit more congregated now, so they have control of this entire junction. Now, it's not going to be the most central of spots here, but again, things can ramp up pretty quickly, and they are going to have to be ready to move at a moment's notice. And Divine seemingly always moving through these this kind of tree line that we've been seeing over the course of these 2 days, and it looks like Konaxi here going to get taken down by RCM, as BRU facing a little bit of pressure here in the start, as Spawn is getting assaulted right now. And BRU, look, they are actually spread out right now as this assault is coming up onto the high ground.
Yeah, Angel Alliance right now is in a pretty tough spot to be in, because if they move further upwards, if they advance anywhere closer, Buriram United might just actually find a couple of kills. And over on the back as well, we have Zigzag Tito also on the attempt to try to take down members of Angel Alliance.
Yeah, but it does look like they've backed down a little bit here. They don't want to have to try and deal with more pressure than they're willing to take on. Now, there's going to be Golden Cat as well in the near vicinity, so that's making things difficult. Now, Zone is going to be moving a little bit further north. Now, we'll see. Day Trade is actually going to be nice and central, but they are most likely going to have to try and stick together here as all these other teams all moving up from the southern side.
Oh my goodness me, look at how empty Camp Bravo is, and Purple Moon could instantly crash right in towards that compound, and they know this whole place like the back of their hand, because they initially landed into all of these spots, so they could easily just cruise through. But Angel Alliance, of course, now need to actually go for this sort of attempt. It's either they take this fight or just wait it out for the longest of time.
Or they have to go for that very awkward southerly rotation. But now with Golden Cat all unleashing against them, I think they are going to have to fancy their chances going with that counterclockwise rotation right now. But there is still going to be that pressure on the southern side, as there is going to be Arkangel also trying to navigate their way in here. CJ trying to get whatever last bit of information that they can before they start making their move.
Oh, God, Mel's going to be finding 69, one member down from Angel Alliance. Smokes have been popped to cover the tracks, while Buriram, of course, it's either they press on the attack or they just have to find a way to actually hold the rest of the members of Angel Alliance at bay. Well, more smokes have already been executed right now, as well as some frag grenades not really connecting from Buriram.
Yeah, it's going to be maybe, oh, it looks as though they do get off the one onto 69, so that is going to be them down to 3 members here. They are not going to be able to move up the hill quickly, but it's actually Golden Cat that is coming in from the side, so BRU has to be a little bit careful. They are making a big ruckus, and it is attracting unwanted attention.
Now, of course, with that sort of unwanted attention, what should they actually make good use out of this situation? Well, it seems to me that Arkangel Predator is still going through the blue, but this is definitely that really risky attempt, as we see Hilla just actually cutting by, and now Angel Alliance actually spots them out too, and this will be members of Divine. Oh, might just be MM just right across.
Yeah, so there's going to be a lot of these little pot shots going off at the stage here. We're almost in phase 4, and there's still a lot of people alive here, and for a Sanhok game, this is a little bit too claustrophobic for anyone's liking, I'm pretty sure, as now Angel Alliance, again, just not finding the right angles here to rotate out. They're not trying to go for anything drastic, but Golden Cat is much closer to all of these members, but Killa is actually taking quite a bit of damage here, as now Golden Cat is having their Vanguard player getting taken out.
Man's gonna be going in for the sword snipes as well. RCM will be able to eliminate Zigzags, while Arkangel Predator just prowling by. Drop jet as being exposed, and here comes some shots actually connecting, but not enough to actually take him down. Killa soaking in a little bit more damage, but he has a lot of all these sort of ledge as well as the terrain to actually work with. But CES is on form, is on fire, takes down members of Game Home.
Game Home have got 2 last hopes here. They are actually trying to go for it, the vehicle rotation, but they will be able to get past Cerberus Esports here. But now Angel Alliance trying to put the pressure here onto Golden Cat, but for now, they're not able to spot them out just yet, using the cover quite extensively, but RCM with nowhere to hide gets fragged instantly.
Hemorrhage now, knowing that they might have actually lost one, but they're not out as of yet. They still can hold on for dear life. And for QC, they can actually just wait for it to actually close it out. And Honke, of course, is just coming by. It might just actually get some extra loot, some damage being out, and it will be Hemorrhage actually going on that 1v1.
Yeah, Tonke is trying to continue to rotate around, but 4 horsemen get taken down in fantastic style there by Arkangel. I thought Arkangel was going to be at the raw end of that deal after they were attacking from the blue. You're not able to get much going here, but it does look like actually there is still one member here alive to try and hold it out, but there is still going to be Divine now moving in here in towards Angel Alliance. They are trying to do or die right now, but it's BRU. They're collecting the kills against Golden Cat and Divine Esports.
They were the gatekeepers right in this outside, and now Hemorrhage actually marches upwards. They might just actually find Namsi. Namsi finish off then, and yes, it will be 1 kill in favor of the side of Hemorrhage to punish Divine Esports, but that still makes Sonus here, keeping by the edge, and he might just be able to find the final member of Angel Alliance.
Hemorrhage actually finishes off Namsi there, so Divine is looking, though they are going to be pegged down a little bit in this game as they go out in 14th position. BRU looking much stronger. They are controlling on this southern side, but now Mad Dog and the rest of Arkangel, what's left of them is in the fact of Killa and Mad Dog are starting to push now into Kriyatori. Kriyatori is going to be having the positional advantage. The damage is extensive here onto Mad Dog, the blue zone, really tearing them a new one.
They really had to put the guns aside because he's got to make his way in, and he's out of first aid kits, 24 HP, and he's just making a run, checking his corners as well. He doesn't want to make a huge mistake, but he's walking towards the corner, then oh no! He did not calculate enough time for himself, but that will be the end of AAP.
And actually, I think Mad Dog got shot in the back by Dr. Logi after he was coming in even deeper from the blue. But now, Fergus and Rip are going to be waiting for Dr. Logi to come out, and that might be it for Phoenix Gaming if he does not have some amazing shots coming out.
Well, over on the corners here from Cerberus, they are trying to actually force on an attack towards members of Purple Moon. Well, Smell's gonna be getting another kill on towards his course collection as he is trying to race back towards that kill leaderboard once again. Teddy's still pretty much alive and still holding on to that top spot, but he has not gotten any single kills at all so far.
Yep, so that's definitely gonna give advantage to Smell. So Smell, fancy his chances. We'll see how that transpires a little bit later on. Golden Cat under pressure, only 2 members getting shot at by Noradra. Also on the kill leaderboards, looking to add to his total, but currently Hemorrhage here is going in for some snake play, and yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do, as currently it's still gonna be difficult. He probably will need to get up and run here, but he spots out Noradra and might have to go for some of the shots as the blue zone is right on his heels.
Oh my, look at how crowded the eastern side is. There's gonna be members of Purple Moon right by the corners of the blue, and oh, a wipeout coming in from Daytrade as well as Cerberus tag teaming onto them, and now even Cerberus is actually taking another hit. Angel Alliance is finally out of the game where we saw so much pressure coming in towards their side, while Victim is just shaking their legs, just waiting for that circle to close because they can enjoy all of this shelter all for themselves.
Wow. Purple Moon just getting extinguished just like that here by the multiple attacks, but Cerberus also going to be meeting up with them in the next game lobby as Haisaki gets taken out by the blue zone, and we're down to our top 8 teams as currently Merlin Moore having control on the northern side, as now Victim is looking to try and get 2 wins in a row. They're looking pretty good, and as I say that, Circle shifts all the way to the other side, and DIC wipes out all of the game home players as well.
Wow, I did not even see that one happening, but Victim Esports, they have a couple of attacks going through, and Smell, once again, hammering through, finds Puchu, and Daytrade, they're under pressure. They might just actually crack out as Noadra gets one more kill for Buriram United.
And yeah, there's all this inadvertent third-party action here as BRU also dealing the damage to Daytrade. Daytrade being absolutely sandwiched here, but now this is giving Victim here the chance to move in as Teddy is going to get his first knock of the game. Maxonis going down here for Golden Cat, leaving only one in the form of Tino to try and carry the torch here for Golden Cat. But he's actually running very close to the BRU player as well, and he's just trying to hold his ground as the entirety of Victim coming up over the top.
So far, we see Daytrade here just getting themselves pretty much a great ground, but there is Victim actually chasing from the back as well. Teddy now climbs up towards the rock. He might just be able to actually spot him out, and there goes Tino is down and out. Golden Cat at 6th place, and Teddy finds his second kill, still not bowing out and does not want to give his throne away.
Yeah, Teddy really turning on the Predator vision, and he's able to spot that nice catch there from the prone player. But now looks like Teddy and the rest are starting to focus on Daytrade. They are actually still in this game with the 2 players on the high ground, but there is still going to be that threat of pressure here from DIC. DIC has all 4 players. They are looking to have another monstrous game after that 18 kills that they managed to get in the previous round. Now they are going to see about Victim here, who's actually popping quite a bit of utility just to try and get into a little bit of a better spot.
They know that they have to actually force this fight against a side of the members of Daytrade, and Daytrade, of course, only down to 2 men. And now for members of Victim, they are fighting this uphill battle, but that nade might just actually look pretty good to me. Joman here needs to do something. Oh, there we go, connection of that shot. There will take down Flash, and now it's only Joman left, and this is definitely going to be a repeat of the previous one. But Joman getting 1 nade sent his way. Teddy 20 more HP with those bullets flying in from the side of Kotu.
Oma not spotting out the last player there. Joman takes him down, but Hopkins is going to get some revenge. Daytrade is out, but now Victim is under pressure. Nikki and also from DIC are all going to be very wary about the Indonesian squad. Currently, Merlin Moore, very scattered out here. They are all fighting individual battles, and currently, DIC losing Tony here. There's not much they can do except for get some revenge here, and they take down Toyox here through smell.
Oh my, DIC, of course, having themselves losing Tony at the back, but Victim having so much pressure coming in from the side of MM as well. This is definitely their best finishing game with the top 3 on their side, and now it's only gonna be members of DIC pressuring them from the back.
And now this is going to be a little bit precarious 3-way battle, but it is going to be Hopkins that gets eliminated here. And now it is DIC versus Merlin Moore, but Merlin Moore all stuck here behind the hut. The nade dealing extreme damage, 1 HP left for Kun Kang, and now they are all swarming around 2 HP. And now it's going to be absolutely tight here as the members here from DIC are looking at 2 more kills to their tally.
And DIC Gaming, they have worked so hard for this. This is their time to shine. 1 great nade being popped in towards that shack, and this will be it. There are more Molotovs going their way, and that will be Nikki69 getting knocked out. Cook Kang with only 1 left. 1 more spray towards the back, and DIC, they will secure this winner chicken dinner.
DIC have been having an amazing day number 2, and it is actually really working out for them. 18 kills the previous round, 7 kills in this one, and the chicken dinner. This is really going to help them cement their place at the top of the standings.
They have definitely earned my respect. They climbed all the way, and with this win, I am very sure that they will be at the top of the table.
Absolutely. Divine only had 1 point on them earlier on, and yeah, things have not worked out for them. But yeah, it didn't work out for Miraculum Gaming either here, as even though they managed to split the amount of risk, it still didn't work out. Narendra had that crunching grenade there to take out the player from Phoenix Gaming.
Look at how they coordinated all these sort of nades. It looks way too easy for my liking, and usually for you to plan it perfectly, it's not even anywhere close to bouncing in towards that hut. But look at how Angel Alliance were actually pinned down by Buriram for quite a long time. They've actually have some really good defensive smoke coming out, but the nade coming in from Narendra definitely was really huge momentum shifted towards the side of Buriram.
Yeah, and this was the fight which I wasn't sure that Arkangel was going to escape from this one, but they managed to actually take down QC4 Horsemen instead, and despite coming in from the blue and sustaining so much damage here, but Mad Dog was going to be coming up huge, and that was going to be all members there taking on 1 swift blow.
Yeah, and look at how Predatory, of course, having only 30 left, managed to actually take down Edie in that 7 HP solo fight. And here, T9 was hoping that nobody catches him out, but you know, he's facing against Teddy, and it's just nowhere for him to hide.
Yeah, that's just a really awkward position to be in here. And Day Trade, they managed to stay alive for so long, and got to give them props there. But yeah, there's way too much coming out over the top there, as it looks like Victim wanted to really take this Shingle here, but there was still going to be some spanners thrown in the works. Mon gonna get caught out a little bit here, as Joe-Man really trying to put them in a bit of a pickle.
Yeah, and by the end of it all, we saw Anquan, of course, getting some really good frags over on their side, and Nikki69 got, of course, clipped out from the side of 74's Nate, and I think that there's definitely very little time for them to actually do all too much, and DIC, with that sort of a convincing sort of finish, they definitely deserve to be where they're currently at, top of the table.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, you know, they have been putting up some great work so far in these Sanhok rounds, especially. So we'll have to see if they can continue this onwards here, as of course, we will be moving on to the segment for our final 2 matches, which is going to be on Erangel. So hopefully you've been all having a fantastic evening watching these cracking set of games. Looking forward to the next 2, and we'll be taking a short break, and we'll see you in just a little bit. Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Southeast Asia Super Cup 2020. You're joined with Qontra and myself, Play of the J, and we got more action in store for you. But we have already had 4 rounds today. Let's take a look at the overall standings here after these 4 rounds.
So far, we've had some outstanding games, and DIC Gaming finally got themselves a really great lead, and they've managed to clinch a really crystal clear lead with 86 points. Of course, Victim just a couple of points behind. They need to chase back in towards the top side with, of course, 78 points with them. 73 for Daytrick Gaming. Buriram United, not really looking all too shabby as well. 71 points being shared within them, as well as Divine Esports to make up the top 5.
Man, we've had some real changes in the top of the leaderboard over the course of today. Buriram United moving back up now into 4th position, and Divine Esports was in 1st position at the start of this, but now he's dropped all the way down here to 5th position as they're getting leapfrogged by absolutely everyone, as Smell firmly takes the lead here in the killing charts, and their DIC have got to thank him substantially for getting them into this position that they find themselves in now.
Yeah, the king of the hill match is not over for some of all these MVPs out there. Teddy now is jumping to 2nd place, which is honestly not too hard for him to catch up with 2 kills. Wadra, we saw him actually going in with some great frags early on, and he's still racing to the top alongside with Manji here, stalling behind because Miracle, of course, were taking the boat and, of course, crashed out the game relatively early.
Yeah, so that was a little bit unfortunate there. So Miracle to get something going there in the previous round, but yeah, that was a little bit unfortunate. And the second time that we've actually seen them go out first because of water limitations that didn't actually transpire. So a little bit unfortunate for them, but DIC having a very great day 2 here to really kick things up. Now, of course, Divine and Arkangel have managed to pull themselves up, but other teams have managed to weigh it a little bit in on the total say here of how all these rounds are transpiring. But now there is still going to be 2 more rounds to be played, that anything can happen, and I still expect to see continual changes in a lot of these top placings.
Yes, indeed. And of course, speaking of which, this is a little bit of an update, leaderboard day by day. So in terms of the most points that are being garnered for today, it will still be in the hands of Divine Esports, but 5 points or so behind will be DIC Gaming with that really huge victory for today, followed by Arkangel Predator here with 39 points, and Daytrick Gaming with 38, 31 for Victim, Golden Cat 24, 23 goes to Buriram United. Merlin Moore, of course, way better than they did yesterday, and I'm really proud for this team. Well, Miracle Gaming, some ups and downs, some high volume kills, same goes to Angel Alliance, but, they really got to speed things up.
But the really surprising one here is Purple Mood. They only got in 3 points today, and that is a huge contrast with yesterday, where they managed to get that 2nd position there purely by just getting consistent results. And DIC have to thank that they're at the top of the standings, because despite Divine Esports getting the most points today so far, DIC at least had a lot more consistency in yesterday's competition. They also had a win as well, just like Divine, but they were able to still get a little bit more from every other round.
That's right, and of course, we've already seen the standings for the kills for quite some time. Now we're about to actually take flight in towards Erangel, and it's definitely going to be a lot more interesting. Ignore the Sanhok work, and yeah,
I ignore that. We're moving on to the next segment here, and on this one we're going to be expecting a little bit of a cracker. It's going to be a little bit of a lateral plane here, so we'll see if that is going to be hurting any of these teams from going to any of their favorite spots. Victim again going for Rozok, and this is about, well, compared to yesterday's circles, relatively boring, I say.
Oh yeah, but yet again, there is a little bit of water involved with 2 rivers in between. Of course, we're gonna see a little bit of early engagement coming from inside of Divine as well as Game Home, where Wesley's is getting pushed aside, but we're also seeing a little bit of an interesting place for the members of Cerberus, as they are taking the armor and gaming approach, eluding in between those jungles.
Yep, it looks like that is the case, but I think the interesting thing here is that the positioning of the circle with the amount of water that they have here, there will be a very quick occupancy of all of the spots in the center of the zone, and there's not much on the periphery because that will be in water already. So either you move in really quickly, or you're pretty much going to have to really face these difficult rotations if the zone continues to be very central. So that's something that's going to have to play a part here, especially looking at the distribution of the teams. None on the northern side of the river, and also on the southern side. There's only 2 teams on the island, and they're most likely going to be rotating through that eastern bridge anyways.
Yeah, no, I think that there's gonna be a lot of contests coming in from those sort of region, as we see quite a number of crowd in the early phases, but still looting phase for the time being. Phase 1 closing out with 1.5 minutes, and Angel Alliance, of course, securing the entirety of the prison. Only good enough loot for 2 of them, but of course, competitive mode. You have the increase of all these spawns of vehicles and snipers and everything else that you need to play efficiently. Speaking of which, Calb's holding on to its the Car 98K is definitely going to be popping some helmets at the very least. But so far, I think that DMR is still the most popular choice.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's just the versatility and flexibility that you get with it. It's always going to be way higher than any of the bolt action rifles, but I don't think anyone would say no to an AWM if they ever do get the chance to grab one. But for the most part, everyone does know how to use their DMRs pretty effectively, and now we're seeing that Victim is going to continue to loot up here on Result. They don't have to worry about those far rotations that they had to endure yesterday.
Yeah, and as for Sohati, that's just pretty close by. They're not really going to be overextending, as they are already securing the school apartments as well as school itself, having some line drawn in within them. But there's not really all too much of those sort of vehicle spawns for either side of Rozhok or even school for the time being. Hopkins so far been pretty amazing, I must say, as Victim Esports so far have gotten a win for today, and looking for another one. Of course, it's not going to be way too hard for them to actually move about, and even if they want to stay in Rozhok, it's still pretty much viable for now.
Yeah, I think Victim has been able to turn out some good results in general, just to stay with the pack. And I mean, like, even their top 4 placings in like the last 2 rounds, where they did get a chicken dinner, they also did get a 3rd placing. It's not been very high fragging as you would imagine, but it's keeping them in there. And Tino is going to get taken out straight away here by Rip. And I think that might have been a vehicle explosion straight away.
Oh yeah, looks as if there is a little bit of that detonation going on, and Hatchiebird's going to be driving by, and this is definitely going to be some high ground that they could actually hold on to for quite a while. Right down below, it seems to me that MM is not too far away, so Miraculum needs to be being the toes all the time, just to be cautious.
Yeah, exactly. They need to have some big rounds here. Now, we did say before that they were 9 points off, but yeah, after not getting anything from that previous game, they are going to be falling way behind the rest of the competition. They're currently sitting in 8th position here, but they could still jump back. They are only 15 points off, so that's definitely a very good round win that they can definitely get into contention. Now, reminder, yesterday when they did get their win, they managed to get 14 kills as well, so that's 24 points straight away. So yeah, they just need to have a good round here, but easier said than done, as we've seen so many different winners so far. Out of 10 rounds, we've had 8 different winners, so it's very much a tribute to the kind of skills that we see so evenly distributed across all of the participating teams.
Yeah, speaking of which, to me, the surprise is that members of Game Home have not found their winning ways so far, and usually back in their own circuit, they will easily get themselves into as the top 3, easily get a little bit of win or 2. Well, I say it's easy, but actually it's not. It just look pretty much smooth cruise for members of Game Home, but not so in this SEA Super Cup so far.
Yeah, I think traditionally Game Home definitely one of the more notable teams to come out of Vietnam, but it's been a little bit difficult. Now, they did actually qualify in 6th position out of the 6 teams that made it here for the Super Cup from the Vietnam Series, but they are currently languishing in 15th position here. They haven't really gotten a lot going. They've had some good fights, but it hasn't been consistent enough, and they've gone out as well early because of these this early aggression that they constantly find themselves in.
Yeah, no, it seems to me that they definitely seem to have a little bit of that sort of miscommunication issue where, sometimes some of the position is a little bit off and there was not enough cover fire being provided. It seems to be a little bit of that sort of contest nearby the region of Ruins. Well, looks to me that this most likely will be a mainland sort of fight, while we have Phoenix being smacked right in the middle of it all, alongside with right in between.
Yeah, so now we are seeing that Arkangel has actually spread themselves up a little bit here on the Gatka side. You can easily do that and still give cover to your teammates just because how flat everything is. And you can already see that they're trying to use their position here to try and put pressure on the rotations coming out from day trade, but not going to be able to really land a whole lot at this kind of range. So they're just going to try their passing shots there, but we are seeing here on the little bit of the mountain over here, Miraculum Gaming still trying to hold fast after they have this very central position and see whether or not any of these typical compounds going to be occupied by any of their competitors.
Yes, indeed. And of course, as for Victim, they know that there is visitors inside the school, so they've been keeping watch for a very long time, but I don't think that there's not much that they can actually do other than this negate some of all these utilities, like their helmets and even their vests that they could possibly break, so that it will be even more dangerous for them to get in towards the later stages of the game.
Yep, exactly. It's not really something that you want to be really risking it here, especially like when you don't really have such great vision on the surrounding areas. It's always going to be difficult to confirm anything in phase number 1 unless someone really flies too close to the sun. It looks like Rozok is going to be the place to be right now together with School. So yeah, Victim and Phoenix Gaming going to be really happy with this turn of events. I think they're going to control their territory as much as they can. You can already see the players there from Victim going all the way back there after they were already starting the rotation.
Yeah, no, we can see everyone's on their buggies already moving upwards, and we might just see a little bit more of that crash landing as well. Angel Alliance actually taking a really big swerve, a big U-turn, if I must say, just getting a little bit of that ditch to actually get themselves in towards the flanking position, but Burning's gonna be able to actually do some shots, while Kush will get that kill on the way. And now only down to 62 players left on the field. Man's gonna go in for some more attempts over on the side of Gotmail, as well as the rest of Buriram United.
And we saw off screen there that Victim here facing a little bit of pressure after maybe being a little bit too greedy, going towards School side of things where Phoenix Gaming currently is residing. So they're gonna lose a player straight off, and for a team that already had a very decent position there, they were a little bit ambitious trying to get into that other position here. But Kanaxi here taking some shots there from Almonji. He is hungry to try and reclaim the top of the leaderboards there, but he is taking hits from another one on that top 4 as well, as Noradra is trying to put them in the ground, but not really working out too much just yet. He's going to have to force out the heal there from the Miraculum Gaming player.
Now we're going back in towards the side of Angel Alliance as well. So BRU is on a lockdown, especially for Gotmail, and because they've been there without vehicle, but Chippy, of course, is also across, and they are trying to actually get some access in towards the apartment buildings, where Phoenix, of course, having absolute control by the corners of School. Game Home is separated into 2, while DIC is by the corners of Walltown, with Divine entering the vicinity of Rozok. So it's going to be a big party going in towards the central zone in just a few moments.
Yeah, and that central zone is like really fully occupied already. There's just not a lot of spots. There is going to be a lot of these latecomers. They pretty much have to be consigned to or resigned to actually playing on the edges of the zone pretty much. And Arkangel is definitely going to be feeling maybe a little bit of pressure in that sense. So is Creatory and Day Trade. So we can expect to see a little bit of a slow push coming out from them. Golden Cat is actually still moving in from that northeastern side. So we might be able to see them actually take up quite a substantial bit of key territory.
Yeah, and that definitely will be vital for them to actually secure a little bit of that sort of space, where if they actually lose ground, they would have actually get punished eventually. So as for Angel Alliance, 69 has been proning for the longest time. Nothing much to be seen here other than, Godmail as well as Ely just trying to move across. Hopefully they could just be here for even a little bit more longer. Phase 2 is about to close all the way in, as we see Nan, of course, giving a little bit of helping hand eventually to 69.
Angel Alliance here need to get a big round. Now, they did finish out yesterday strong with the win in round number 6, but they've not really been able to get a whole lot going here. They maybe got about 10 points here just from kills, and that's kind of been the story of it for them. Now, they do need to try and get something more. They have dropped down to 10th position in the second half of the table, and they'll feel that they can do a lot better. And now it looks like Rozhok really firmly going to be in the center of the park here for all of these teams. So Phoenix might actually have to go back towards victims territory now, and they might get a little bit of payback there for one of their guys going down. But we're already seeing BRU and Cerberus along with Miraculum Gaming all making a mad dash for real estate.
Oh my, this is definitely gonna be a little bit more bonkers. And we see Miraculum actually dashing by. They are very lucky because there's so many cars rotating, and Purple Moon doesn't really know which one exactly to shoot. But they don't really have all too much options. And Burning, oh my, he's actually losing his UAZ, and he's just booking it for quite some time. And he's going to be left alone while Hatchbird tries to actually secure the next shelter that they can get from the next one. Yeah, it looks like they're Miraculum Gaming going for these 2 shacks here as BRU finally take out this compound, and now they're starting to put pressure on all these other areas. OG Philip is actually going even further here, but it's going to be Purple Mood right in front of him. He's got nowhere to go. His car is smoking here. He's getting shot at by 4 different teams. He can't get inside in time, and he gets taken down by Soa, and that's so unfortunate there. Maybe he could have stopped by Burning, and then they would have maybe that 2-2 split to work with between those 2 shacks. Yeah, they could have actually gotten down much quicker than keeping themselves in that sort of position instead. And now there comes Teddy going for more snipe towards the corners of Purple Mood. And for Victim Esports, of course, they've already lost Hotfin for quite some time, and now with 3 men, it's going to be a little bit more difficult, but they are holding the highest point of the side of Rozhok. Well, Arkangel on the move. It looks as though they're going a little bit south here of Rozhok, and they're going to be trying to use this natural terrain here, but they're still getting shot at. Turtle is going to be right in front of them, and this rivalry could be continued here. Turtle taking quite a bit of damage here, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough for Cows, but now Mad Dog will finish it, but there's another nade coming out from Turtle to try and repel any attackers, but it's going to be CJ that's already holding the fort here. Arkangel going to be using this defilade for a little bit of cover, but they're in a bad spot if anyone comes up over the top. Yeah, a little bit of martyrdom coming in from the side of Turtle, of course. Now Arkangel Predator using a little bit of that sort of the ditch to actually call home for their temporary measures. But if they were to push upwards, they will definitely be shot for days. And of course, as for Victim Esports, they are pretty much safe for now. They could just wait out the fight because all 16 teams are still intact. Yep, and yep, just at varying degrees over here. Creatory very happy to stay on that northern side, but I would say that not very happy now with the turn of events that we do see them. Them and Merlin Moore are probably going to have to make some snappy transitions, and likewise, and like we're seeing here, Creatory is doing just that. Yeah, and we're looking at Creatory finally entering Rozhok, having no other options available, and we'll have to see if they can find a way to bypass the rest of Purple Mood. Well, we're looking at Arkangel now, of course, in the middle of that sort of thing. Well, Teddy's getting infiltrated here as we see Tonkei, of course, seeing one nade popping in towards that room, and they were being forced right out in the open again. And oh no, he's getting shot at. He's got to let go of that sort of nade. And Yimkut as well as Nalti finds Day Trade members and takes them down. Oh, they're all going down. Teddy was really lucky not to get knocked down there. Mon is so far behind him in the grand scheme of things. There would be nothing that he could do, but now he's the one under fire. Day Trade is getting completely decimated by Game Home, and they're going to be the first team to go out here as Yumcut is going to be putting the finishing touches. But Teddy now does look like he's trying to get a little bit more kills there on towards the side of Golden Cat, who's very much holding that southern side of Rozhok. Yeah, that's one of the cleanest sort of fight that I've ever seen from Game Home. Now Shippies will be able to find Cooking. And as for Namsi, how did he get past all these members of Arkangel Predator does leave a big clue up in my head. I'm not even too sure where the rest of the members of Divine is currently at, but wow, there is so much crowd right now, and Momonji will be able to finish off totally.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the members there are going to be taking too much cover there, as they're actually taking quite a bit of fire. Now, it does look like Miraculum Gaming is going to be able to secure the kill there onto Merlin Moore player, but it's still in a very dicey spot. Not sure where all the rest of the Divine players are. They might have been cast off towards the wind there, and the Arkangel is still going to be holding on to this natural territory. But yeah, it does look like Victim here is tapering their ambitions a little bit more. They're not going to be too aggressive about pushing into the members of Golden Cat.
Yeah, no, we're looking at, of course, Golden Cat already having so much to actually work with for now, as they managed to book the lower side of Rozok, where they could still find a way to climb back up to the hills, while Kreatori will have to deal with Nikki69.
And he's running for it. He doesn't want anything to do with the Vietnamese team, as he's going to make a bolt for it. I think he is the last surviving team member there for Merlin Moore, after everyone else getting picked off one by one. But it does look like Victim is actually trying to transition and have RDK Boss move over. He's actually just going to be there on a little bit of overwatch while making sure that none of the players there from Golden Cat get a little bit too aggressive and don't watch their flank on the northern side.
Well, I'm really concerned for Nikki69. I mean, if you go to the left, there's Purple Mood. If you go to the right, you already know what's coming. 4 members of Kreatori, and I guess he just gotta sit and wait. Well, things have been quieted down for the phase number 4. They're just waiting for a little bit more of the shift of the circle once again, and hopefully this will force a couple of fights going on inside Rozok.
Yeah, the saving grace for Nikki is just probably because Kreatori didn't even spot him out. Neither did Purple Mood earlier on, and now it looks like the zone is actually going to force a lot of these teams out of Rozok, and yeah, we can probably expect to see a lot of problems. BRU is all bolting for it as they're going for their fast rotation, but Purple Mood is going to be unloading on towards them here, but they got 4 vehicles, so it's going to split the damage here, but it's still going to be painful for them. Miraculum also trying to weigh in here after they were facing the brunt of the punishment in the previous rotation cycle.
Wow, such a daring blind rotation coming out of members of Buriram, and now Hung Vodish, of course, will be able to punish Nawatra, taking him out as well. But Namsi, he's been scouting out and about all alone, and the Divine members need to follow suit, and they are pretty much far behind.
DIC now making their move as well. They're pushing into the Arkangel and Divine line here. Divine does have 2 players left, but oh, it looks like 69 here is actually gonna get taken out there by the extreme fall there, after he was making in a big rotation there for himself. But now we'll have to see whether Victim want to force the issue here. Golden Cat has retracted their position just a little bit here. Now, Angel Alliance, they are still in the school side of things here. They only have 2 players to work with.
Now we're gonna look at Nan actually going on the couch. We'll be able to actually take one down, but he gets knocked out as well. A little bit of an unfortunate event where he could still play a little bit more patiently, and of course that frag will take down Nan.
Dr. Logi gonna be able to get another kill on the board there. So Phoenix Gaming having a pretty good round here. Let's see how they can do. It does look like Miraculum Gaming using the fracas to try and get inside the school side of things, but there is going to be all that scattered presence coming out from Phoenix Gaming, so they have to just be a little bit careful. Kush is right at the top of the amphitheater right now. Momonji has to just be a little bit careful, but I think his killer instinct will probably help him out in this. But look at Victim. They took out all of Kreatori in one fell swoop. I think they're all trying to cross the road.
Same goes to members of Game Home as well. They are getting wiped out, and wow, Victim as well as Arkangel. They are wiping down Divine Esports. Wow.
Just trying to get up over the top there and to get some late revenge for Turtle, but it wasn't meant to be. And DIC also weighing in on that. So now Arkangel is going to be well aware of the Vietnamese team that could actually put them 6 feet in the ground themselves. The DIC has been on a tear. They've had a couple of good rounds in a row, and they're looking to continue this streak. Looks like Angel Alliance not able to continue on in this game, however, as Basil is going to put the finishing touches.
Yeah, Castle is just waiting for the end. Well, of course, moment is just gonna be coming in really soon. And as for RDK Boss, he's just gonna be cracking up a couple of bottles of those smokes, hoping to actually cut across towards the side. And he needs to actually finish off Fergus to actually make it past, as he's just right behind the trees while he's just trying to find a little way for Victim Esports members to just make it through to the next phase.
And now BRU has caught control of the radio tower at the top of the hill south of Rozhok, but it does look like they have attracted quite a bit of attention here as all of Arkangel is completely focused on the hill there. They are trying to push in here with the frag grenades and see if they can get a pick. And it looks like the nade is good for CJ. Takes down 2 straight away. Eddie and Konaxi are in deep trouble right now. There is only one BRU player left to try and fend this onslaught here coming from CJ. He's looking for one more. 5 HP remaining on him. Can the other Arkangel players come up and help him? Right now is looking very precarious for CJ, but more backup is coming here, and they might be able to finish off the Thai leaders.
Oh my, that was definitely one huge Kobe, but they need to actually find some time to actually take out Gatmel under pressure. He's trying to actually save Eddie, but is there enough for him to actually do so? The rest of Arkangel Predators are on the hunt, and the members of Buriram are being smashed left, right, and center.
Yeah, and with that, actually, it looks like DSC not giving them any room to breathe here. Mad Dog, Killa, and CJ all going down. There is only going to be Cubs that is left here, and he's all the way on the low ground. There's nothing he can do to get up his team members in any shape or form.
But they know he might just be a little bit of that torn in the flesh for DIC because they did not expect him hiding right behind that broken UAZ. And speaking of which, Cerberus will have their 5th kill with Basil really popping up. And there goes Merlin Moore at 10th place. A couple of nades coming out from the side of Victim here. And they are trying to secure this entire territory. And Victim, they have never ever left Rozhok.
And right now, everyone is starting to collide here south of Rozhok. DIC is putting the finishing touches there onto QC 4 Horsemen, but there is going to be more pressure coming out here as Cobbs is trying to fend off the pressure here, but it looks like all of his brethren are going to be finished off as he is the sole surviving team member here from Arkangel. Golden Cat still holding the fort here on the south side of Rozhok, but it is all 3 members here from Victim, but it looks like RDK Boss is not going to be able to continue in this one.
Well, we're already having Tonkei lobbing 1 nade, not really finding much of a success ratio on those sort of frags, but of course Teddy now just trying to actually go in for the invades. And of course, that will be Arkangel Predator already getting spotted out as Anquan lobs 1 frag right towards the Jeep. And now here comes a really interesting circle shift into the wide open.
Yeah, and right now it's only DIC that's got 1 foot inside the zone right now, and they could actually exert their dominance here and really have a good 3rd round in a row. And they've already taken out the entirety of Arkangel right now. They are looking for more, but it's still a stalemate here with Momonji still alive on the school side of things. It looks like Subang is going to be the last player to be eliminated here from Cerberus, as it does look like Phoenix Gaming here is having a cracker of a round, but they need to start transitioning out from this area here pretty soon.
Pretty interesting top 6 scenario, as some of all these members that are still inside the school will have a little bit more spacing for themselves as well as estate, while the rest of the circle does not have much place for them to hide other than the back side of the hill, while Victim is getting prepared to actually march forward. But there is DIC members by the spine of that Rozhok hill, as they have, of course, the entire 1 tower to work with.
Right now, Purple Mood has these 2 players right next to Golden Cat, and this could be a very dicey spot to really see who is going to be able to get out from this northern side of the zone. But now Teddy here is under the pressure from DIC. DIC can really use this position at the top of the hill to make life difficult for all 3 of these teams looking to just try and push their way in. Currently, Purple Moon going around the side, but it's Victim who gets eliminated here. Smell going to town together with Anquan.
Wow, now Miraculum still having Momonji to carry the name. They're desperate to get themselves back in towards their top form once again. Well, DIC should be able to actually go in for the resurrection, while the rest of the members of Phoenix here are trying to stab DIC from behind. Kush carrying that K9 from this really small circle, but there is going to be Golden Cat climbing up the hill. Same goes to Purple Mood. So it might just be a 3-way battle for the King of the Hill match.
Right now, this is a decisive moment here for DIC. They have got good positioning, but they have to deal with so many other teams. Momonji here being forced to play the snaking game, as currently DIC has got their hands full. So they are going to be continuing to focus here on Phoenix, but this damage being taken here by Momonji is going to be just a little bit here, but he manages to stay alive just enough, but looks like Phoenix really have quite a problem to get across.
Well, I think that Momonji definitely needs to count their lucky stars, but as for the rest of the members of Phoenix, of course, they are still being trapped while Tankei will be able to land one huge grenade over on the side of Anquan, and Tankei is raking up the kills!
Wow, Six-Stack as well, contributing 3 members down from DIC. It's all going wrong. Tony is the only player left remaining, not able to stop the players from Golden Cat moving in here. But now, it looks like Purple Moon taking that position at the top of the hill. This could be the win that they need to really propel themselves forward. And it looks like Dr. Loji finally spots out Momonji. And now, we are going to see Phoenix Gaming trying to have their say on this final battle.
Purple Moon now goes in for that Sarah Porsche. Anquan, of course, getting knocked out. So Purple Moon actually can take charge of this fight. They are looking for the side of the T right down below. And Phoenix is on a sort of a hunt. And he managed to get himself into the safety nets of the tree.
Yeah, Tony is right here on the shingle. He takes on Six-Stack. Tankei is going to take a big one, but he's going to deal it right back. And DIC gets eliminated here as Golden Cat also looking to take control of this hill. Now, Purple Moon does have the numerical advantage for the time being. There's one player being res right now. Soha is a little bit spotted out there, but just moments can land the shots there at that kind of angle that he has to work with. But Phoenix Gaming is going to be a little bit spread on both sides.
Now, of course, Boston's already locked that angle. Here comes Maxonis here, looking for Kush, looking for the final member of the side of PNG, but he will be able to actually take down Maxonis, and Dr. Loji will be able to escape for now, but Tankei's gonna be going in for that kill to be secured, and Dr. Loji somehow goes unspotted. Now he sees the back, and there goes Phoenix Gaming out at third place. Tankei actually clutching it out, 4 kills, and now this is going to be the fight between 2 of these Thai teams for first place.
An all-Thai affair between Golden Cat and Purple Moon. Both of these teams have not gotten a win yet. They both desperately need one if they are going to try and take the top spot here. They both want to be heading towards Berlin. And now, right now, Purple Moon is going to be on the top of the hill with Bossense and Chippies. Just moments going to be getting any potential flanking shots from the low ground.
Now, of course, he gets a little bit of a glimpse of Tankei. Another smoke being popped out in front of Shippies as well as Tong. And they're just going to be smoking things up just to cause a little bit of a decoy. But Six-Stack definitely have a lot of place to actually run around. While there's going to be Tankei just hoping that some of all these sort of smokes don't end up becoming a frag grenade, of course. And speaking of which, that's one good attempt coming from PBS.
And even then, this is good for Purple Moon. They are trying to deny a lot of the vision for them. You don't always want to pop smokes right in front of you. You want to try and obstruct the vision from your opponents. And especially since now Purple Moon has the center of the circle, this is exactly what they need to try and win this fight. But they are actually corralling these Golden Cat players all the way onto the low ground so that they do not have their vision so obstructed. Six-Stack, again, looking for any heads popping up over the top. But currently, the vision is a lot more obstructed than what you or I are seeing right now.
Of course, 3 versus 2 scenario, a little bit tough for the side of Golden Cat, but it's not impossible. We've seen some sort of the clutches coming in from all these Thai players, especially one very renowned name such as Duckmans. Of course, Duckmans won't be able to play inside of this sort of a Super Cup, but now down to Purple Moon as well as Golden Cat to see who will be able to get that chicken dinner. Just moments here, of course, having the Scar L right dot at the ready, hoping that they will walk through. He knows that Tankei is somewhere out there, and now he's actually forcing the attack. As he sees him, he goes in for the spray down. He can actually receive some damage, and there you go. Just moments will seal this moment as the biggest win for Purple Moon Esports.
Big moves coming out from just moments, getting those 2 knockdowns right there. But it was Purple Moon that did take the first knock in the first place there. And they're going to get a much needed win to propel themselves up the standings here, as there's a whole bunch of work still ahead of them. But there's still plenty of time for them to do it here, as there's still going to be one more round today. Another 6 more rounds tomorrow as well, as Purple Moon, couldn't get anything going up to now today, but they're going to be satisfied with that one.
Definitely going to be really happy with this win, because they've been working really hard back in day 1, and they had really a rough start of day 2, and this is definitely what was necessary for them to actually propel them back in towards that top 5 of the standings. Of course, we're going to have a little bit of that sort of highlights, and I really do see that Golden Cat has already lost a little bit of that sort of ground of coverage with, of course, all these 3 men pressing on from different angles.
Yeah, valiant effort coming out from Golden Cat. They did have the numerical disadvantage there, but they worked well with what they had. But now we did see that Victim here facing a lot of pressure, as in the early stages of the game, it's not exactly how you wanted it to pan out. But Game Home was having some decisive battles in the mid game, they were able to take out all of Day Trade Gaming, who didn't have a great start for the 3rd place team. So that's gonna be a little bit of a dampener, as now the competition gonna catch up to them.
Yeah, and of course, we've seen so many of all these sort of rotations panicking on towards getting themselves a good cover ground somewhere in between this Rozak fields, of course, and even DIC, they of course won one chicken dinner for yesterday's run as well as today's, but this was really rough for them, especially for Golden QC 4 Horsemen. They were going so close as Basil really found his way through with the protection of the vehicle, and immediately snaps back over the back as well. But, you know, the UAZ was not having it on.
Yeah, exactly. And DIC, they were looking strong, but again, they were in a position where they're just getting going to get caught out by so many others. Now they did take out all members there from Arkangel, and culminating in that final kill that you just saw. But now, of course, Golden Cat, big thorn in the side of DIC, and they were able to push up the hill. They get all the kills there. Tony trying to get some back on towards them, but it wasn't going to be Golden Cats to be denied here. They're going to finish off that last Vietnamese player.
Yeah, and of course, early on, we also have some members of Arkangel getting some great push, but eventually, probably did manage to get some great finishers, as Maxonis here. He had some really good damage on towards Dr. Logi, but it was definitely a really rough place for Phoenix members to be. And of course, the back, pretty much a day giveaway for Conk to finish him up.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the better rounds as well for Phoenix as well. They've only gotten one top 3 placing before, so they'll definitely get a better result from the looks of things here for this round. But we'll have to see how the standings look like after this, and we expect to see quite a lot of movements, and we're all being treated to some excellent games here of PUBG. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking a short break before we have our final round for the day. You've been watching the PUBG Southeast Asia Super Cup 2020 here with Qontra and Play of the J.
This is it, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be the very final round for day number 2. And of course, joining alongside with me is Player of the Day. My name is Qontra here, bringing you the very final round of Erangel for day 2. But remember, tomorrow we're going to be having even more to come while we have our overall leaderboard right now with DIC Gaming extending the lead to 98 points.
Yeah, they got a 14-point bit of breathing room here, and they have 65 kills. They have been fragging out in particular today, and very much thanks to Smells in particular. But yeah, they got 2 chicken dinners for their trouble so far, and now Victim is going to be still in 2nd place, but yeah, going to be falling behind the pack. But yeah, you can start to see the team spread out a bit more. Golden Cat, after getting that 2nd place in the previous round and still getting consistent kills, they are 2nd in terms of overall kills. They're with 78 points right now. Day Trade, they went out relatively early here and not able to capitalize on their 3rd place. They dropped down to 4th. Arkangel is going to be looking a little bit better than the previous round. They are now in 5th position with 73 points. Now, these guys are all in striking distance still, but it's getting a little bit harder. 2 rounds a row ago between the 6th place team and the 1st place team. There's only 9 points. It is extending to almost 20 now.
Yeah, no, I think that this definitely will separate the strong from the rest of the pack. And of course, for Miraculum Gaming, although they had a lot of rough runs, they are still in the top 8, and definitely a commendable effort coming from them. And DIC now with 22 kills, so I think that by the end of this tournament, he might just get even more than just the cash prize. Of course, he might just be hailed as gods of PUBG back in Vietnam.
Absolutely. Anquan also weighing in there for DIC as well. Teddy still going to be very much in there. Noradra is also here in the top 4. Now, of course, Momonji has dropped out for the first time in what seems like forever since Miraculum had their 14-kill game on Sanhok in round number 3, I think, yesterday. And sorry, no, I actually, the 6th place team is going to be almost 30 points away from the 1st place team at this current point in time. But yeah, looking at today's performance, DIC overtaking Divine Esports in pure performance and 42 kills in one day. They have really been on a tear.
Yeah, and even for Golden Cat, they actually have a 21 solid points just from kills itself, other than the Divine Esports, of course, having a whole lot of kills being racked up alongside with Arkangel Predator. Well, as for Game Home, they did get about 10 kills for today, much better than they did before yesterday, for sure. But of course, this is the overall leaderboard that we have been mentioning, and the only team that has, the only 2 teams that have single chicken dinners, but are still by the 2nd half of the table, will be Purple Mood Esports as well as Angel Alliance. But Purple Mood last game definitely did a lot better than they did before.
Yeah, so they are now on 61. It's not enough to take them into the 2nd half of the table, and that shows how many teams have really been delivering so far in the 11 rounds that we have seen. So Purple Mood still can do it. It's just going to be a lot harder, so they have to keep the momentum going here if they can. And they're going to be ruining the fact that they were a little bit cold in the previous 4 rounds, or the first 4 rounds of today. So we'll see how they can be shaping up a little bit better.
Yeah, definitely. Looking forward to this very final round, and I wonder where the circle is going to take them eventually, because we've already seen 2 circles actually lurking around Sanhok's military base, of course, and early on we saw that one zooming in towards the Rozok high grounds as we saw them duke it all out. And now, of course, we're diving out of the plane already, and it's time for us to see who will be able to take the final game of day 2 in PUBG SEA Super Cup.
Yeah, so looking at this, we have some early confrontations here as we're seeing the Angel Alliance players here able to finish off Job Jab as they're going to claim dominance over the Pachinki side of things. And actually, there is not a lot of the 4 horsemen left around. And it looks like our very first circle here is going to be focused very much here on Mount Gakka.
Well, for the first time ever, I'm looking at South George and North George not really being occupied at all. Usually, Divine Esports will instantaneously drop right in. Maybe the flight path is a little bit more uncertain for some of all these players to decide their way in towards South George or North George, but doesn't really matter. There's still ample of time for them to actually get themselves across in towards even Gatka, as we see Arkangel Predator actually sitting pretty comfortably across the fields of Gatka as we speak. While DIC, they are taking an interesting approach as they are taking the lower section of that hill in between Georgiapol as well as Gatka.
Yeah, I do believe that the flight path was from the eastern to the western side. Again, a little bit of a lateral kind of flight path that we saw in the previous round. So again, not a lot of teams going to be deviating too much from the central path that we do see. So Divine definitely going to be happy with this kind of result. They need to definitely vault up the standing. They have been sliding since they managed to get their first good results in the first 3 rounds. So yeah, in the previous 2 rounds, they've only managed to collect 1 point, and that has really been detrimental. Now, mind you, they had 2 11-kill games, and for their winning game, they also had 7 kills. So not too shabby so far today, as we did see that they are second in the day standings there compared to the likes of DIC.
Yeah, no, I would definitely say that this is such a huge sort of a improvement coming in from day number 1. It's going to be, of course, Victim still having that sort of that consistency to bring the pain to the rest of them, while we're looking at some of all these players who are still trying to find their moment in towards getting themselves back onto shape, especially for Phoenix as well. We had a little bit of discussion somewhere in between those game breaks. Of course, Phoenix sometimes they have a lead, but did they press on towards the lead to make something out of it?
Well, I think Phoenix, we have talked about them a little bit over the last 2 days and found that they've not been able to really perform in a lot of these fights, but they have been going all out in that previous round. They managed to not only get that 3rd placing, they managed to get 13 kills there for their troubles. And yeah, they were taking all the fights there around the school side. They pushed up and took down DIC as well, and beat them at their own. Well, actually, I do believe that they were facing a little bit of a brunt end of other teams. DIC was already eliminated by Golden Cat at that point in time. But yeah, I think they were really having an excellent round number 11.
Yeah, hopefully for number 12 as well. Shadowboxing up in the air as 69 tends to be looking for some vehicles to make a move outside Pachinki. They should have enough, but oh, Cerberus already committing to another fight against MM.
And it looks like they're already going to take down 2 of the players of Merlin Moore straight away, and they're going to be able to claim those kills. So they are going to have an awesome start. Now, Cerberus, I mean, we remember that they were actually leading the pack after the very first round yesterday. They have kind of fallen off since those 12 kills that we did manage to see them garner, but they're going to have to try and do more. But they have already got 2 in this round, but now the rest of Merlin Moore is actually moving in for a little bit of revenge here. And now Cerberus here taking quite a few hits, trying to drive away, but they're not going to be able to get the knock. Toyox here has completely given away his position, and now Bad Guy is trying to finish off that player. He is all by his lonesome. Right now the grenades flying in, the long range fire coming in as well, so that's going to be a little bit of a saving grace there, but Bad Guy is tanking quite a bit of damage. But Toyox, he's got nowhere to go, man.
Oh my, and even Basil charging up a nade as 69 drives past that Gatka fields. They're going to be facing off yet again another foe, which is going to be hailing from the Philippines as well. Arkangel having RCM being knocked down as 69 will take down 2 members off of side of Arkangel.
Yeah, it looks like Kalbs and CJ are going to be out for the count here. And this is actually the kind of maneuver that you expect to see in 20 minutes time, you know, when there's nowhere left to go and crashing into compound. But it looks like Angel Lions going fully at it here, but they are also taking quite a bit of damage. None is finally res for the time being. There's still 2 other Archangel members, and I have no doubt in my mind they are not expecting this at 6 minutes.
Well, of course, one of the Angels will have to fall in this sort of the instance, as we see Hammerich, of course, being behind. Well, 69 definitely pulled off quite a sick play inside of those compound, just flushing out members of Arkangel Predator. Well, we're looking at Killa on the sidelines here, trying to actually take a little bit of a pick off here as he spots out Hammerich from afar.
And right now, I definitely think that the members here for Angel Alliance know the meaning of risk and reward, and rewarded they are with those 2 kills while only losing 1 player themselves. But I do believe that that loss was a little bit earlier on anyways. So yeah, Arkangel going to be, why did it have to be now, you know, after, they're just trying to stick in with this. But Arkangel, again, 73 points. They are not really far off. But Angel Alliance, they really do need to get up the table. They're currently in 11th with 47 points. And yeah, especially after their strong finish yesterday, I'm sure they would also want to have a very strong round 12.
Yes, indeed. And of course, Cerberus needs to actually climb back up as well. And as for the side of Angel Alliance, they are just separating themselves into some sort of a place. A lot of all these vehicles have already been burned out, so I'm not sure how are they supposed to actually move off of this really flat ground terrain as for the time being. Well, as for Victim Esports, they don't really need to worry too much, because usually if you're coming from Rozhok, there's so many options available. You can cross the bridge over the northern section and get into the side of North George, or you could just go down the path into its ruins.
Yeah, absolutely. So you got a lot of options here. Victim actually going in for a little bit of rotation here towards that eastern side of South George, and this compound is going to be very useful for locking down a lot of the rotations. There's not a lot of cover here, and usually whoever can take control of this spot is going to be controlling quite a few of the lanes. Miraculum is actually on the move themselves, and they're going along that northern coast. They don't want to have to deal with any potential problems with rotations, and they're not using boats this time.
Yeah, I'm really glad for them, to say the least. Well, Hatchiebird's actually taking quite some hit, though. Of course, they still will be able to survive while they are at the highest point of the north, which they have even more ground to cover, and towards the open fields of Gatka. And as for the members of Divine Esports, they are sitting pretty comfortably inside the hospital grounds, while the members of Four Horsemen are riding the horse up towards those hills.
Yeah, so this circle is going to be a little bit dicey. Cerberus is going to be right in the center here of the zone, and really being able to gatekeep a lot of these teams. Now there is going to be a lot of hills in that hill in the field section there, just a little bit to the northwest of Gatka, so they can still surprise a lot of these other teams if they come in late from their rotations.
Yeah, and as now we see some bullets actually spraying across the hills coming from Horsemen towards Victim Esports, as they are being forced to drive in towards the likes of members of Divine. Well, RDK Boss has got themselves a pretty good warehouse to actually work with. Well, this will be the base for Victim for quite some time, I believe.
Yeah, so everyone is going to be rotating into this zone here. It does look like there's going to be a bit of a spread. And this is also accumulating a little bit of information here for Victim, as they want to try and see who has managed to establish what positions, as now everyone is still very much into the rotation phase. This is only phase 2, so we can likely still see some teams going in for a little bit of a late one. But yeah, Arkangel, after being halved in terms of their squad strength so far, they're going to have to play a little bit on the back foot. But sometimes we do see some of the good plays coming out from the likes of Mad Dog in these times of severe adversity.
Yeah, I do believe that the Mad Dog definitely has been in so many of all these sort of experiences to juggle it well enough as well. So they should be pretty much fine. Well, I think that some of the teams that have the best spot right now will be definitely Divine for now. They really have no challenge whatsoever. What they have to do is just to gatekeep everyone from actually entering their area of coverage, and that should be good for them. But Miraculum taking a really long stroll from the north side, and they will be entering in towards the region of Georgia in just a short bit.
Yeah, North George here, not really that occupied right now, so that's going to be a nice big plus here for Miraculum Gaming. Have to see how their strategy is going to be working out into the later stages, but now Angel Alliance does have a lot of good positioning here. They did manage to secure a lot of that in the earlier stages, but it was definitely to their compatriots' detriment in the form of Arkangel Predator, as Killa and Mad Dog really seeming as though that they want to try and hedge the bets. They're not actually sticking anywhere close to each other.
Yeah, this is definitely a little bit of intriguing for some of us here, where why would you actually put your forces all separated instead of like gathering it all in one good spot? Well, sometimes it's really to gather as much information as possible, and eventually they will still regroup in a sense.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this will actually turn out here. It is going to be a little bit dicey as the game goes along, but now we are seeing Angel Alliance again just playing very much on the periphery. Now they did manage to secure this territory, and 69 taking his time to join up with the rest of the team, actually going to be able to spot any teams actually coming in from outside the zone. And now we're looking at it's actually going to be moving a bit further south.
Well, interesting enough, Arkangel Predator, both of these members are actually being spread pretty much well across the southeast region. Well, Day Trade driving by, it's going to be Banana One soaking a lot of that sort of a hit coming from the members of DIC, while Joman is planning his route out of that way as they are trying to regroup in towards the middle where Day Trade is currently at, while Hatchbird has finally found their way to South George. So it's going to be pretty much a great way for them to just gather towards the circle, but Arkangel Predator, they might just consider taking this fight.
Yep, it does look like they are actually trying to spot out Joe Man. Currently he is by himself, and I think they know exactly the signs there. The sleuthing skill is going to definitely know that someone will be in the vicinity. There, well, I mean, there's a smoke there after all, but it's not as obvious for us. But anyways, there's still going to be that presence coming out from the Thai team, but there is going to be a little bit of congestion here. Gatka always going to be very difficult to try and find good spots to play in. BRU is going to be a little bit towards that northeastern side. They actually transition here pretty quickly after phase 3 revealed itself.
Whoa, great save coming in to actually drive the bike to save Joman in that sort of sense, and that's really some quick thinking coming from the members of Day Trade. Now, we're looking at more members of Buriram United, of course. They've been relatively quiet for the past round, but now looking to actually secure some mid-ground to challenge the likes of Day Trade, as well as members of PLM coming through from the northwest section.
Purple Blue now going to be pushing very close towards the victim players here. They're actually forced back further north here, back into South George, so this might not be exactly what they want, but they are not sure about what is the kind of presence that we can expect to see here from Victim. Victim is actually repositioning entirely to be able to try and deal with this potential threat. Now, they are actually very much on the edge of the zone here, so they know Purple Mood is going to have to come out from this, and they're going to be ready to try and secure as many shots as they can. But if they all rush Hopkins, he is absolutely going to get destroyed.
Oh yeah, and I would definitely agree. There's going to be quite some responsibilities on his shoulder, while the rest of the victims are definitely sitting pretty by the top side. Bandok taking one shot coming in from the back as well, so he's going to be taking his sweet time to heal up. But Purple Mood actually takes the other way around, and maybe they just have dodged a huge bullet from Victim Esports.
Yeah, I think they are aware of the potential downside of going a little bit too directly towards the circle here, but now it does look like the members here, Teddy included, is going to have a little bit of inkling there after hearing the vehicles moving around, but now it's moving even further south, which is going to further exacerbate this problem, as we're seeing Yum Cud able to take down Burning in its entirety, and now Game Home can actually stand between the Filipino team and actually getting a safe transition into this new zone.
Wow, this new zone definitely is going to punish a lot of all these Titans over on the top side here, as we see Divine Esports are on a convoy towards the north section of the next phase, where they might just challenge another Vietnamese counterpart, which will be Cerberus Gaming.
And right now, there has actually got quite a few Vietnamese teams inside the zone. Cerberus, they are currently going to be right there at the top, so that's going to allow them to put a lot of pressure. But we're seeing Divine getting absolutely wiped there by Cerberus, and that's going to be it for them. Now, we talk about how they had 2 very cold games. Now they're going to have 3 in a row.
Oh yeah, and they just crashed straight in towards the face of Cerberus, and of course they just got mauled all over, while Banana One, of course, gets a headshot over on Haisaki. One member down from the side of Cerberus as we speak of it, while members of MG has already docked their way through the lower side of Gatka, and they've got a little bit of that sort of satellite coverage, of course. Hatchbut's going to be coming by in towards the corners of the swamp.
And this is going to give them a little bit more cover to work with, but I guess they're kind of hoping that Game Home now is going to be completely preoccupied by Golden Cat, who was, of course, the team that was going to take away one of their members there. But now we do see that Victim still has 4 players left standing. They are going to be here a little bit further north of the zone. They are transitioning further down. Purple Mood has actually gone all the way around the side, so they are actually really trying to stay far away. They're landing long-range shots, though, from Teddy here. He is out for blood here. He wants to try and get the top position again on the kill charts, and it looks like just moments here. It's going to fall down to the combined pressure.
Wow, all these bullets flying up in the air. Looks as if we're watching Star Wars all over again, as we see Arkangel members. Oh my, Angel Alliance is actually getting hit against the wall and will have to sit out this game. Boston's actually naded one of his own teammate at this moment. Needs a little bit of a helping hand.
Yeah, and yeah, I think he doesn't want to see hand grenade anytime soon after that one. But there's still 3 men on the board here for Purple Moon, but they do have pressure coming in. Mon going to toss a nade in their direction as they are looking to try and put pressure onto this higher ground. But there is going to be 4 horsemen, but DIC is going ham here onto BRU. They are taking quite a few hits there, and this might be them on the ropes as DIC is looking to continue to extend their lead at the top of the leaderboard.
Even Hanboya has already been knocked out. Mad Doc as well. Daytrade actually have the perfect position to punish everyone. He needs to actually destroy his own vehicle to form a barricade for now, as he's trying to get some protection against the likes of ENG. Oh no! The second the Sia has exploded, and there goes his life, and Arkangel Predator sits out of the game.
I think he must have thought that was exploded already, but it's just on fire. That was that's unfortunate. You know, it's like you hate to see it, but yeah, that's we did see that Purple Mood got completely wiped by Daytrade though, so they are not able to replicate the success they had in the previous round. But now 4 horsemen right ahead here of Victim. They are going to be pushing up here. They might be able to put the finishing touches, but they have to do it fast. There's not a lot of time left, but it's a 3-on-3 battle. Teddy looking to get the entry frag right now for his team. Hopkins also taking position here on the right side, but there's a big cluster here from 4 horsemen. They take down Teddy, and that's might be it here, as they are going to have the numerical advantage in this fight. Currently no one else popping up over the top. Creatory taking out Miraculum off screen.
Oh my, even Game Home's getting so much of a hit over on the side of Golden Cat members, and oh my goodness. I think that Victim members as well as 4 horsemen are lucky enough to stay at this sort of region, and they seem to be calling it a truce and walk on different paths.
Yeah, no, yeah, they are going to continue to withdraw, but they got other things to worry about. Cerberus is going to be right in front of Victim, and they're actually going to be using that rotation. That nade from Golden Cat. Tom K is going to get all 3 remaining players there. Game Home is wiped from the face of round number 12, and now Mon and Hopkins under a ton of pressure, and it's going to be Haisaki from Cerberus who's going to finish them off.
How many kills did Cerberus actually get from this round itself? I really gotta see how much they need to be taking out by the end of it all. And now only 10 more teams. It felt as if we are already on the top 3.
Yeah, and now it looks like Momoji, the last player left alive here for Miraculum Gaming. He is going to be all by himself. Luckily for him, Maxonas from Golden Cat is going to get taken out, but he is still in between a whole bunch of other players. Kun Kang might be able to do some damage here, but he manages to get here by the side of the swamp.
Creatory is already by the edge of it all. Kun King, of course, coming right in. He's going for the spray. He's just going to take himself outside of the blue, and there goes Miraculum Gaming.
And yeah, looks like Merlin Moore is going to continue on in this fight. There's still 9 teams remaining with about 10 minutes left. Jayers moving in, and the nade is good here onto DIC. Tony and Anquan both go down here, as now Jayers trying to get into a better flanking position. The other DIC players are nowhere nearby. He's going to get 2 nice kills right here.
And this will be the 5th kill of QC 4 Horsemen. Jayers has already survived it all, but DIC have some great sort of rounds for them to actually push through, while Spit, of course, have to fight through the blue zone as well. That's going to be Jayers getting pinned out from multiple directions, while Creatory so far have 3 kills by the name.
DIC are going to be pretty happy. Both Victim and Golden Cat are both out of this game here, and they're going to be fancying their chances to extend the lead. Looks like Merlin Moore is not going to be living on in this battle anymore. Creatory looking for a big game here, but now we're seeing that Cerberus here is actually going in for a little bit of a better position. They might be able to catch out all these players from Creatory.
Yeah, and they've already raked up about 10 kills, and it's all thanks to Haisaki detonating so many vehicles, and so many great picks coming from those long distance have now done benefit for his team. And now Phoenix, once again, trying to get their way in towards the top 5. And he's got an M24 to unload. Hung Vodish still dares to actually take this UAZ to actually crash things out. But of course, that bike's just going to be flying up and towards the hill. But it will eventually be spotted out. And 754 L1 will try to actually find Jay by the smoke.
Yeah, right now they are trying to repel them as much as possible. Smell, also the kill leader there for DIC, also trying to weigh in. But now Phoenix is trying to get in on the action. And this is going to be the detriment of the DIC members, as they have got nowhere to go. They have one vehicle to try and prevent the damage coming in from the 4 horsemen. But it's going to be difficult. Currently, Dr. Logi going in for the wide peak here. And he might be able to get some good shots.
Well, definitely going in for the spray down, and Pool Chill will find Jayers there. Hung Voltage will take the kill away, and he is just stealing every single thing that DIC reaps out of it.
Oh, that nice nade from Jayers before he got taken out. Svit is going to be the last man standing here in that battle, but of course Phoenix is moving along, but not sooner did I say that Joe Man is actually going to finish off the 4 horsemen. And now we are down to the top 5 teams here to finish out this final game. Currently in the northern side, Cerberus here is going to be duking it out with the last remaining members here for Day Trade Gaming.
Well, we're looking at Day Trade here, having all 4 members still alive. Same goes to CES. And right down below, we still have Creatory to actually fend off some of the likes of members of Cerberus. But even PNG, they are making sure that they have all their squad strength all with them. But Puchu, playing with fire here, he's actually marching closer and closer to enemy lines. Right
now, Cerberus is actually having to split their attention right now, as they have got problems on both sides. They do have Day Trade Gaming and of course Creatory that they have to be a little bit on the wary side, but they have already got 10 kills here in this game. They look like they want to really try and vault up the standings once again here. They are in 10th position and looking to try and gain quite substantially on the top of the leaderboard.
Oh my, Joman actually takes some hit coming from Honvodish as well as Kush, trying to actually suppress them by using the M24 as well. So there's not much room and time for them to actually get right in. They got less than a minute and they gotta move across. But Cerberus, of course, have been controlling that northwest section.
And now it looks like IQ 500 is going to weigh in on the battle first here as he takes down Basil. Now, there might be enough time to get the res off here, but we can already see Creatory moving in for the kill. They might be able to get into a better position here on the edge of the swamp. They have the high ground. Now, Subang is going to be priming out his last frag grenade, but that might not be able to be enough here to stop the onslaught.
Well, Hongvo finally finds Day Trade members there, and Phoenix, of course, doing a lot of heavy lifting. Oh, that nade, though, coming from down below. Subang, of course, gets knocked out as well, as there's going to be instantaneous replies coming from Creatory, but RIP will rest in peace. I'm not sure if there's enough time, but that spray, beautiful spray coming from Basil, will be able to take them down. Creatory will finish off at 5th spot.
Yeah, looks like Cerberus really wanted it more. I think they really put the pedal to the metal right there. And now Flash getting picked off at long range, and those 2 kills, 3 kills gonna be taken there by Phoenix. They're having a cracker of a game as well. 8 kills on the board, and now we are in a top 3 situation.
Now we're seeing Buriram still in the lane. Oh, Edie! The moment I speak about Buriram United, this guy is showing us how it's done. And why? This is going to be one hell of a push as we see Godmail coming in from the back as well. This is going to be a top 3 situation. Only 9 more left alive as Home Voltage is trying to actually secure that sort of a push there. Are taking a little bit of coverage by the band of the Dacia, but Haisaki, 14 kills for Cerberus.
Wow, they are moving on all cylinders here, right into BRU. They are looking to take the fight now to Phoenix, but Eddie is going to be caught out in the middle of no man's land. It's going to be absolutely awkward for him to try and deal with it, but this is giving time here to Phoenix Gaming to get the res off. Soa is going to be healing up ever so much now as they look to try and get a concerted effort here towards Cerberus.
Well, Cerberus has already got the biggest swing of this match, and now it's time for them to actually do a lot more to end this game with all the strength that they have. And of course, Phoenix now already having also a great momentum. 8 kills by the end of this. They need to actually force their way to push in towards the members of both BRU as well as CES.
Yeah, Eddie right now is just going to be playing this one very guerrilla fashion at the moment, as he really doesn't have a lot of options. But yeah, Cerberus is still very much aware that there was actually a third team, so they are going to know that there's still the potential for a little bit of problems. And now, because they can always deduce just based on the number of players that are still left in this game, they're going to boost up ever so much more for this final battle, as now there's only 1 minute before we're going to start seeing this whole thing collapse in on itself.
Yeah, and now we're also having PNG here taking the high ground. So CES, of course, will lose a little bit of that sort of vision. Oh, big nade! And it just lands straight in towards the face of Basil and Home Voltage. Of course, needs to actually secure the kill. Bad guy finding a way to actually save him, but Kurt's still holding on towards one frag. And it might just be one more Colby flying into the face of Cerberus.
Oh, that was absolutely perfect. But we don't see Phoenix Gaming trying to take advantage of the situation. The res has managed to get off there, and now Basil is going to be healing ever so much. But I think there's just a lack of decisiveness coming out from Phoenix. Now, they are back in a top 3 position. It has not happened all too often for them over the course of yesterday and today, and I think they are looking to put the finishing touches. They know that even if there's more than one other team, they are in with a shot, and they're going to take down Eddie, and now they know they're going to be in a 4-on-3.
4-on-3 it is, and they know that with this squad strength, it's possible to actually end this game and halt Cerberus's progress here and back in towards the top 3 if they can actually win this game. As we're looking at Dr. Logi forcing a push over the side of Bad Guy. He's right at the forefront. He's receiving a little bit of damage. Same goes to Bad Guy as well. So many more nades coming in from the side of Sohati. And Basil trying to actually charge it up. He just gets a little bit of information, but how can he actually... That is one! Oh, he gets the knock! Basil gets that nade, and it suddenly becomes a 3-on-3.
This is not going to be easy here for Phoenix to try and get their member up. The nade here might finish him off, but now it does look like they're pressing the issue. They managed to finally level it. It's that official 3v3. Now they are trying to push in. Haisaki is trying to spot out these 2 players. He is holding this whole flank. It's a 2-on-1 and a 1-on-2 in both sides of the map.
Oh my, here comes the spray coming from Haisaki as well, trying to actually look for Kush. Kush actually deals a lot of damage, 29 more HP, popping in that first aid, but there will be a little bit more of that flashbang right in the eyes of Kush, and he will go in for the spray down once again, bring him down low. He goes in for a pro, and oh, the Molotov is huge, but Bad Guy gets knocked down as well. Cerberus only down to 1 man. He's trying to actually force this fight against Sohati. Sohati by the ledge. They know that they can actually get this win. Oh no! This will be the end for them. As we can see, Phoenix Gaming gets on a 10 kill, and now 1 versus 2, and they're charging right at him. Gets one, and oh my goodness, it will be the winner chicken dinner, the first time ever for Phoenix Gaming.
Wow, they managed to come out clutch there in the final moments there, and those 2 crucial picks in that 3-on-3 with Cerberus was going to be absolutely crucial. Now, they did lose their 4th player first, but it was going to be them that closes out the round. And Phoenix, they had some good games today, and they finished the day nice and strong, so they're going to be really pleased with their performance there. Cerberus also doing massively well there and back into the double-digit kill department.
That's definitely a stunning performance coming from both of these Vietnamese teams. And wow, look at how many kills do they get in this game itself.
Yeah, that's absolutely crazy. And Game Home also had a pretty decent one here as well, and it was at the expense of Golden Cat, who, yeah, they didn't manage to get into the later stages all too well, and yeah, that's going to be pegging them down. We did also see Victim also not having the best of luck, but yeah, it was going to be some big trading of blows here that, yeah, really did none of these teams all too much help.
And Tong K with the really great Molotov just burns them down. We gotta watch this twice. First comes the frag grenade, takes him though, and of course, Yim could only walk in towards the washroom and get sprayed down, or walk through the flames and they just turn into ashes.
Yeah, that's the definition of being stuck between a rock and a hard place right there, but looks like Cerberus there was going to be able to put the finishing touches there onto the second place team, and now Golden Cat also trying to get whatever they could going here, but they were going to get closed out and squeezed out by Cerberus as they were really holding the swamp area expertly. Okay, not having any options and going to be taking so much damage from the blue.
They were so sharp on their approach, and I think that this has been by far the best we've seen from Cerberus in the entirety of this tournament. And Four Horsemen, of course, getting a lot of all these sort of shots over on their side, and Home Voltage, of course, gets a great sort of pickoff against members of Four Horsemen.
Yeah, DIC, they went out early in this game by comparison to some of the other ones, but they'll be happy with that as they didn't drop points. But now, Predator trying to take the initiative here against Cerberus, but Cerberus will not be denied. They push straight into the face of things here, and each team member contributing with their own knockdowns, and it was going to be a clean sweep here against the members of Predator.
Yeah, and of course, Hayasaki definitely is the man of the match. 7 kills within the match, which wasn't the end, as we saw. Phoenix, of course, finding members of Day Trade and finally getting themselves in toward that top 3 position. And this is where it gets more interesting. Edie lands a clutch nade. I gotta say, that's a huge Kobe from down the hill, because there's no way that they could spot him out.
Yeah, and he was going to be the last member to survive there, as yeah, everyone else really not having much luck to try and meet up with him. BRU under a lot of pressure from all sides, and to the end of the game here, that nice nade from onto Basil was going to be able to set the tone here, but again, Phoenix a little bit indecisive. They didn't push for it too quickly, and as a result, they were going to face off again against that full 3-member squad of Cerberus.
Yeah, and they know that they cannot actually give way for some of all these players to go up to the high ground, but this is definitely that nade where bad guy had a little bit of hunch and managed to actually land, and Soha actually played this out really well. They find himself a little bit of that ledge to actually hold on to, but eventually Basil still gets a kill, and this was where Hung Voltage as well as Kush goes in for that forceful rush, and it went into that 2 versus 1 to secure this game for Phoenix Gaming.
Yeah, and Phoenix did manage to get 11 kills in that game, so awesome performance coming out from them. Might be more. We have to see whether or not they actually confirm those knockdowns there onto Cerberus. Cerberus, though, got 16 kills, so 16. They're going to be pretty happy with that one. Of course, it doesn't top the 18 kills that we did see from DIC earlier today, but that's still pretty darn high.
Yeah, that's definitely a very impressive run, which is very extraordinary from the likes of members of Cerberus, where you've seen some quiet rounds, you've seen some really high octane rounds, but usually when committing, sometimes they have so many of their members taken out one by one, and maybe end up with 2 men into the late game. But this time, they made sure they stayed steady. They had most of their men with them. Of course, Subang falling out inside the swamp as they take on members of Day Trade.
Yeah, exactly. And it was absolutely dicey here towards the end. And I think a lot of teams, you know, will rue the kind of opportunities that maybe had gone to waste ever so much here. Golden Cat and Victim not able to make up ground there onto DIC, who have been on a tear today. They've been getting good results. Day Trade doing a little bit better, but maybe not enough to really gain some ground. Arkangel had a bad early start to the game, as we did see Angel Alliance do a maneuver that you would expect to see 20 minutes later in the game.
Oh yeah, oh, that's so many highlights that we could not actually cover everything up in just 5 minutes, of course. And when we actually wrap out the entirety of today, there was so many great games. I mean, we start off with those impressive Erangel runs, but the most explosive one was definitely the very first run of Sanhok, where we had so many of those kills, and especially with Day Trade really giving us a shock of our life, of course, taking down some of all these players coming from the side of DIC.
Yeah, and of course DIC did have some crazy games themselves, as they were really able to take the fight to all these other teams. And I think we remember even from yesterday's games, DIC was languishing near the bottom. They managed to get a win, haul themselves out from those clutches, and today they just managed to keep up the momentum. 18 kill game, and that wasn't even a win.
Oh yeah, and I thought that they will be able to actually secure it, but of course, sometimes there will be a little bit of that sort of upset moments for even the top players playing in the global stages. And of course, speaking of global stages, tomorrow they will be fending off for that title and that ticket to PGS Berlin. And of course, whoever gets that spot will definitely fly the ASEAN flag into the global stages.
Yeah, exactly. And we already have a few qualified teams, but we have to see who will be joining them to play on that stage. And it's going to be an epic thing for all these teams. Currently, Buriram, United Esports, Cerberus, and also Arkangel have all qualified already. And I think the start of today, we did see resurgence from, again, the likes of Divine and Arkangel. Slid a little bit here, as we're seeing a lot of teams, really showing the kind of hunger or thirst, that they really want to try and get even further up the table. And it's been a bit of a roller coaster. I think before this game, we saw Divine, they were in 7th. They started today near the bottom of the table. And then they, in one day, after 3 super solid rounds in the first 3, for today, they managed to get all the way to the top spot, and now they have slipped back down to 7th. So that is the kind of roller coaster ride that we're dealing with.
Oh yeah, and there's even more roller coaster rides coming in your way for tomorrow. But of course, we're waiting for the match standings to actually conclude for day 1 as well as day number 2, because there's so many kills that happened in the last game, and I think that some of all these guys that are in the backstage are still taking their time to actually make sure all the stats are all accurate for us to lead our way in towards tomorrow's round. So tomorrow we'll still have 6 more games to be played out, which will be inside of Erangel as well as Sanhok and Miramar. But starting off, we're always going in towards the Dusty Demons of Miramar.
Oh yeah, and I think it's going to be real crunch time now. So while today maybe teams might have had a little bit of comfort, being able to get a little bit used to the tournament, and then now able to turn up some of these performances, some teams are going to have to really put a lot more pressure on themselves, especially if that's how they're going to be performing. I think we talk about examples like Genji, who really get a strong lead. But I think how we're looking at DIC at the moment and their kind of lead that they're trying to build here. Now, it isn't like an absolutely insurmountable amount, but they are slowly growing into this tournament, and they are building the points difference as there's not such a single-digit point difference between, say, first and second anymore.
Yeah, and I think that a lot of things are about to change for tomorrow. Of course, we'll be here same time, same place, as we are still waiting to see who will be able to hold on towards the crown, of course, the trophy of the PUBG SEA Super Cup. And of course, we would like to actually thank a lot of all our viewers here who are watching so far. We're still going to be getting the stats out in a little bit, so of course, anything for you to say, Player of the J?
Well, I mean, looking at everything that we've seen today, it seems as though the ante is increasing match by match, and I'm looking forward to seeing how the final third of games are really going to put the drama on another level, see the storylines evolve to such a fantastic state that we're going to be thriving on every single minute that we're able to watch here from the Super Cup.
That's right, and of course we'll be back in a bit with the stats up on your screens.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back here to the PUBG Southeast Asia Super Cup 2020. Qontra and myself, Player the J. We're back finally here to show you the scores after 12 rounds of play.
And of course, it's time for us to unveil some of all these winners, and of course, the Warriors that have been fighting their way to the top. And now, after those grueling 12 rounds, there's still 6 more to go for tomorrow. And now, your leaders of the pack will remain the same as DIC Gaming today, looking so dominant and steady so far in day 2.
Yeah, and their lead is almost at 20 points now, as they are really taking the pressure off themselves here and heaping it onto all the competition. They have 69 kills. That is 11 higher than the next closest, which is Golden Cat, only managing 58 as oh no, sorry, actually there is Cerberus, who after getting a 16 kills just now jump up to 51.
Well, there's so many of all these guys still racing to the top, and who knows, some of all these guys might just come in with those miracle comeback, as we are definitely looking forward for even more challenges. And of course, huge upsets and big outplays to come in the PUBG SEA Super Cup for day number 3. Remember, we will still be having 6 more rounds to go, and currently we have an update on the kill rankings as DIC Smell still remains on top of the leaderboard in terms of kills with 24, followed by Anquan, also from his own team with 20 kills as well.
Yeah, and we have had so many different leaders at the top of the table over the course of today. We started off with Buriram United Esports. We've had Golden Cat, we've had Divine, we have DIC as well. So this is how competitive we are here at the Southeast Asia level, and we are all blessed to have some amazing games to see it all happen.
That's right, and of course, there's still gonna be some amazing stuff happening over our Sunday run, so make sure you guys stay put for tomorrow. But for tonight, you guys can get yourself some great rest, and of course, by the time we see you guys tomorrow, we'll be ready to crown our champion of the PUBG Southeast Asia Super Cup. Once again, we'd like to thank our organizers, and it will be Geek Events, Livescape, KNK Revolution, as well as Cause and Effect, for making all this happen, and of course supported by PUBG Corporation.
Yep, so big thanks to everyone, and thank you so much for tuning in and watching the stream. We really enjoy having you on board, and we're looking forward to seeing you again tomorrow. So hope you all have a fantastic Saturday evening, and have a very good night.